it's seeing traffic jams of over 12 to 15 hours. I just want to tell you before I take you through the headlines on where I am. I'm at the epicenter or the nerve center of the tragedy that unfolded, the Alu grounds in Manali. Right here where I am standing was to be a road. On the right hand side were residential areas. 80 houses have been washed away here. And over 80 is what we are being told. Complete devastation. I'll ask my camera person Pawan to just show you this huge boulder that you see. Pawan and I were just talking about that. These two huge boulders that you see have come in. This was the road. This was the road. I'll ask Pawan to show you in terms of vehicles. You see that loader there. It's a small mini vehicle of sorts, a mini truck, completely overturned. There's a showroom of this car showroom, Hyundai showroom there, completely devastated, right on top of residential areas. There's nothing quite left in terms of access. This entire building is going to come down any time now. The other vehicle, which apparently, we are told there are so many vehicles up front as well. Through the gush of the water, they have all come in and practically lodged themselves in the silt here. This was, yes, actually a road. I'll ask Pawan to show you. I'm going to just cut across to the headlines, but Pawan, if you can just pull right back. Where I am standing right now is the last remnants, viewers, the last remnants of the road. This is the road. I'll ask Pawan to just go back there as well. This is the road there, nothing now left here. But first up, let me now quickly take you through the headlines. National capital on high alert. Yamuna water crosses 207-meter mark. Kejriwal government holds emergency meet. Section 114 imposed in flood-prone areas. अपने पे करवा ले यार
Gods have relented. Himachal Pradesh gets a breather. After 3 days of heavy rains, the picture that emerges is of death, destruction and misery.
All I see the footprint of devastation here just along the Bias river. There you see the main road which connects Manali from the rest part of Himachal Pradesh is totally washed away. In fact, this is not one stretch. There are multiple such stretches, but this is being more than 200 to 300 and very critical important stretch strategically as well is now washed away, has been disconnecting people from one end to another.
Thousands of tourists are stranded in tourist hotspots in the hill state. India Today spoke to travelers from Telangana who are awaiting help.
The worst affected in Manali are the tourists from all over the country. Now there you see this is the group of tourists who have come from Telangana. Now all their efforts just somehow spending 3 days. Now they are en route back to home. But the only issue is that lack of transportation, since heavy vehicles like bus or any cannot even pass through these areas. All they are somehow struggling to arrange smaller vehicles, cab. They could probably drop them to Chandigarh airport, nearest airport probably, and from where they can have a flight.
हमारे पास से बड़ा बस नहीं जाता है सर ये रोड
गाड़ी हायर नहीं
गाड़ी नहीं है हमारे पास बस है
गाड़ी बोलेंगे बड़ा गाड़ी नहीं चलेंगे.
Transport and movement of goods is badly affected, with many roads still out of service.
आज लग रहा है जी 3-4 दिन तो नेट नहीं रहा ना रेंज आई ना कुछ ना काम. आज लग रहा है आज सुबह से चालू है.
इसी तरह की व्यवस्था मिली आप लोग को यहाँ पे अभी?
नहीं व्यवस्था तो कोई नहीं मिली अभी. हम तो प्रशासन से चाहते हैं हमारे
पास राशन पानी था वही बाकी किसी चीज के.
कितने दिन का स्टॉक बचा?
अभी 2-3 दिन का है बस.
2-3 दिन का और बचा?
हाँ बस.
Authorities have ramped up relief efforts. Rescue operations and road restoration work have also gained pace. Many affected people have taken shelter in temples.
कुछ लोग जो हैं, जो दूर दराज के रहने वाले हैं, जो स्थानीय हिमाचल के ही नागरिक हैं, अब उनकी ज़िंदगी कैसे कट रही है? उनकी ज़िंदगी इस तरह के टेम्पो में कट रही है। जो कुछ बचा हुआ सामान था, ये उन्होंने उठा लिया है, हटा लिया है। ये देखिए प्रेशर कुकर।
Water supplies are yet to be restored in some of the worst hit areas. Himachal Pradesh is picking up the pieces after suffering flash floods and landslides triggered by the worst rainfall in many years. The road to recovery will be long. With Preeti Choudhry in Kullu and Ashutosh Mishra in Manali, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, as we continue to get you the latest right now, this is the Alu Grounds. I want to cut across to my colleague Manjeet Sehgal, who's joining us with the very latest. Manjeet, what's the latest update right now? I believe you've been in Mandi. A lot of tourists, over 2,000 cars have made their way to Mandi.
Yes, Preeti, now tourists have managed to reach Mandi using an alternate route that is via Kataula. But many of them tell tales of horror, how they spent the past 3 to 4 days without food, without cash and without shelter. Some even were sick and were returning not in a good mood. This bad weather, all we know, has spoiled the holidays of many tourists. They have cancelled their reservations. This has also badly hit the state's tourism industry. But the tourists who managed to reach Mandi today told us that the road being used to reach Mandi by the tourists and using these small vehicles is narrow, and this also resulted in traffic jams in between. The big size buses or big vehicles are not able to reach Mandi, as the road is blocked at 6 Mile area. Efforts are on to restore this road, but still the supplies of some essential items like milk, bread have been affected, and vehicles are not able to reach Kullu and Manali beyond Mandi. As far as the situation in Mandi is concerned, people have come back to their houses, but they are fearing entering their own houses as they have developed cracks. There is no water supply, though the administration has set up some makeshift camps for affected people, but they are still bearing the brunt, as the floods have resulted in huge losses to the public and private property. But as far as the stranded tourists are concerned, particularly those who are stranded at the tribal areas like the Chandrayaan lake, located at 14,000 feet, rescue operation is not easy. The Chief Minister has also said that rescuing people from the tribal areas is not easy. Though helicopters have been pressed into service, but still hundreds of them are stranded in Kinnaur and Northern SPT. Preeti?
Well, Manjeet, you are right. At a level, it's not easy, but yes, there is still a acute lack of administration, especially where I am right now. This is the Alu Mandi. The worst of the floods were, hit here in terms of the impact of the floods. Devastating visuals that we're getting. And once again, Manjeet, talk us through that as I ask Pawan, my camera person, to actually show you on what is really unfolded here. This was a road where people are actually walking through, was once a road. Both sides completely gone, wiped out. Right on the right-hand side where I'm standing, viewers, this behind me was the government school. All that you see of the government school is one big boulder, the rock there. I was just speaking to the students, and we're going to send across that report. All of this was a school. Right behind on that corner, at the edge, was a hotel. Washed away in just hours is what we are told. I just want to get in an understanding. आप लोग यहाँ से हैं? हाँ जी? नहीं? All right. Okay. So, but there are people who've come in from various parts who've been stuck trying to get in an idea of the sense of devastation. Manjeet, what are the authorities also telling you in terms of traffic jams where Manali, Kullu and coming down to the plains are concerned? Tourists which have left this morning, over 2,000 of them still stuck in traffic jams, I believe.
Yes, indeed, Preeti, the Kullu and the Mandi district administration and even the Bilaspur district administration have set up some camps and foods and eatables were being offered to the tourists who were returning from Manali. But tourists told us that it was taking at least 16 to 19 hours to reach Mandi from Manali and other places. At least 2,000 tourists have been rescued from Kasol and other localities, but still many of them are not able to get taxis and other conveyance to reach the destinations. As far as the administration is concerned, 3 to 4 cabinet ministers have visited the Mandi area. They have assured that the power and water supplies will be restored, but the big question is when the roads will be restored back. Remember, more than 1,200 roads are still blocked by the landslides, and half of Himachal Pradesh has engulfed into the darkness as power supplies have been hit, the transformers have been damaged, and though in Mandi town itself the water supplies are still erratic, though electricity has been restored, but people are still facing difficulties in starting their life afresh as the floods have totally damaged the houses and the roads in particular. The lifeline of Himachal Pradesh,
All right.
that is the
Manjeet, the same thing here. I just want to ask my camera person to show our viewers there. This is an entire strip of houses that have been taken away, washed away by the wrath of the fury of the Beas. It all happened within minutes, we are told. From Sunday, there was a patch between 15 minutes where it got so bad, where all these big boulders came in, the road was washed away, and most of these houses completely gone. Over 80 in just where I am standing, practically wiped out. Aloo Mandi is also essential in terms of trade. It's the epicenter where trucks, small tempos, carriers come in from the plains, load the fruit which comes in from the valley, cherries, plums, and takes it down to the valley. All of that completely gone, wiped out right now. But I want to quickly take our viewers through the latest images that are coming in, because it might have stemmed, the rain might have stemmed here, the rain might have stopped here, but the devastation, of course, unfolding. But torrential rain continues even in parts of Himachal. I want to just take you through that. Monsoon continues to wreak havoc across the northern states of India. After heavy downpour in Punjab, several districts of the state have been flooded. More than 3,000 people from 7 villages in Gurdaspur have been completely cut off, and the water levels of Ravi and its tributary have also risen. Meanwhile, the scale of the Himachal floods can be seen in these visuals. Roads, bridges, houses washed away, destroyed. According to estimates, the state has suffered a loss of more than 4,000 crores. As the rain fury continues in Himachal, there was a massive landslide in Himachal's Solan. Several houses were damaged. Restoration work has been started by the authorities. Meanwhile, there is heavy waterlogging in Maharashtra's Amravati. After heavy downpour, streets were completely inundated. Several water bodies started overflowing after the rain. After the water release from the Hathni Kund Dam in Haryana, Yamuna in the national capital has breached the danger mark. Locals living around the river have now been moved to higher grounds. Now, because of the Hathni Kund, of course, releasing water, the aftermath being felt in the national capital, the Yamuna is well above the danger mark. An emergency meeting was also called by the Chief Minister, but those living in the low-lying areas of around the Yamuna have now been moved immediately to higher areas. The mighty Yamuna today stands at 207.18 meter mark, triggering fear of floods in several low-lying areas of the national capital. A staggering 300,000 cusecs of water was released from Haryana's Hathni Kund, and resulting in the rise of water levels in Delhi. Authorities are anticipating further rise in the water levels of Yamuna, and the water release from Haryana will reach Delhi in 72 hours from now. The Delhi government has evacuated people from low-lying areas.
An hour of crisis for the national capital as the Yamuna river flows well over the danger level mark. It's broken old records. In 1978, the Yamuna was at 2.7.49 meters, but today it's crossed that mark to 2.7.55 meters. And you can see that, that bridge, the pillars are literally soaking into the Yamuna river, and the entire waterbed, riverbed, is completely inundated. Section 144 has been imposed in the river, on the riverbeds, and clearly if you see that this is a record that's been broken, has broken the past 42 years record.
This is National Capital Delhi. These are the slums and jhuggi bastis on the floodplains of the national capital at the ITO's Nigambodh Ghat. And this is Jamuna Bazar, and we are forced to use a boat. I'm literally sitting on a boat in order to reach out to the family members who have gone back to their homes to get the essentials which were left. You can still see that clothes have been let to dry, and many of these members are again and again swimming back to their homes, some of them hiring boats to find out whatever is left, because remember, many of times you get out, take out your electronics, but there are times when you don't have your documents, money with you, and you have to go back to your own homes. Right there, when the first floor, the ground floor is submerged, women are forced to operate their kitchen in the first floor of this particular area of Yamuna Bazar.
ये यमुना घाट के आसपास की ये तस्वीरें जहाँ पर कई सारे लोग मजदूर अभी फंसे हुए थे, क्योंकि यहाँ पर रिनोवेशन का काम चल रहा था यमुना के किनारे। अब उन किनारों में जो लोग फंसे हुए थे, उनके सामान के साथ जेसीबी की मदद से इन मजदूरों को जो है वो बाहर की तरफ ऊंचे स्थानों पर लेकर के जाया जा रहा है, ताकि इनकी लाइफ को जो है वो सेव किया जा सके। कई सारे मजदूर अभी भी फंसे हुए हैं। आप देख सकते हैं गैस का सिलेंडर, खाने का सामान, तमाम कपड़े लत्ते, ये तमाम लेकर के अब यहाँ पर जो है लोग पहुंचे हैं। कहाँ, कब से फंसे हुए थे? पानी कब से बढ़ना शुरू हुआ?
6 बजे।
6 बजे से। तो तब से अब तक आप निकले नहीं? क्या सामान पूरा था?
सामान निकाल दिया पूरा।
अभी फिलहाल क्या स्थिति है अंदर की?
साहब ने बाहर बताया, बाहर निकल जाओ।
अच्छा,
जब हम लोग निकल गया बाहर,
जैसे सामान निकालना हो पानी में।
अभी फिलहाल क्या स्थिति है अंदर की?
अभी सामान फंसा हुआ है अंदर में।
पानी कितना है?
पानी तो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है।
प्रशासन की तरफ से क्या कहा गया? प्रशासन क्या कह रहा है बाहर जाने के लिए?
हाँ, वो तो बोल रहे हैं बाहर निकलो, बाहर निकलो।
स्थिति है, गैस का चूल्हा, तमाम बर्तन, भांडे, सामान जो यहाँ पर काम कर रहे थे मजदूर, उनको फिलहाल जो है वो जेसीबी की मदद से बाहर निकाला जा रहा है। ये रिंग रोड की तस्वीरें हैं, जहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे पानी जो है वो सड़कों की तरफ आ रहा है, और अंदर जो लोग फंसे हुए हैं उनको बाहर निकालने की कवायद जो है वो फिलहाल प्रशासन की तरफ से की जा रही है। कैमरा पर्सन साजिद आलम के साथ सुशांत, मैं रात दिल्ली।
For the past couple of days, Yamuna is running above the danger mark in the national capital. Right now, we are at ITO's Chhat Ghat, the iconic Chhat Ghat. And the entire complex, the staircase, the poles here, which were the protection poles, have completely submerged. So much so is the situation that right here, a white pole that was visible a couple of minutes back is not visible right now. On the left-hand side, along with the boundary wall, you can see a white and red structure out there, which is just peeping out of the water. That is a sitting bench which was completely visible till yesterday noon. And today you can see that bench is also submerged. White spots that you would be able to see, these are the relief camps which has been set up by the Delhi government, because the entire floodplain has gotten submerged and people had to rush to the safer locations, which meant that along with their essentials, they moved on the streets along with the Delhi's iconic Delhi Secretariat. In front of the Delhi Secretariat, the families moved out, and while many of the families have moved in the government relief camps, many of them have set up their own temporary homes on the street. So because of the increase in water level in Yamuna, because Yamuna is above danger mark for the past couple of days and expansion is constantly happening, now people have started to take refuge at safer locations. With video journalist Ankit Singh, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today
Let's get a quick spot check right now. Joining me from ITO Bridge is my colleague Moshmi. Moshmi, what's the latest right now? The Yamuna clearly flowing well above the danger mark at the back of more water being released by the Hathani Kund.
Right, Preeti, we've been, stretching across from north to east of Delhi, and we've seen the entire belt from Badarpur to the extent of Jaipur, which is about 25-kilometer stretch. This entire stretch is inundated badly, and we've seen water levels, reach the ring road. So evacuations are on in various spots. We've seen Delhi police and the NDRF, along with a lot of Delhi administration office bearers, doing the rounds. That's a departure from the past, way back in 2013. So it's really the way, the evacuation has been going on. There have been warnings, and even Arvind Kejriwal has in fact appealed, the Delhi Chief Minister, that all these people who are living in the embankments should actually evacuate houses. People have now understood that, because they thought that it's not raining and they don't need to leave their houses which are on the banks. But in Yamuna Khadar, we've seen families now understanding how difficult it will be for them, and they could risk their lives. So there we've seen people actually being brought to shelters. But next 24 hours is going to be very crucial, Preeti, even as they say that by the night, the water mark level could actually reach 2.7.72 meters. So that's where, the administration will be on a watch out and be spending sleepless hours to make sure that the Delhiites, are kept safe. And importantly, the people also need to be aware and be on an alert as far as, these stretches are concerned.
Moshmi, what's the weather update where Delhi comes into question? Because there has been an orange alert for Delhi as well. And at the back of more water being released at the Hathani Kund, the water levels in the Yamuna rising. The next 24 hours, like you pointed out, also very crucial, because that water which has been released from the Hathani Kund would be reaching Delhi soon. Moshmi, can you hear me? All right,
Preeti, your voice just went. Could you repeat the question, please?
Right, go ahead. What's the weather update where Delhi is concerned? It was an orange alert till now. It was an orange alert till now, Moshmi.
Right, Preeti, and the fact is that with a lot of water being released from the Hathani Kund, next 24 hours, the capital needs to be on a watch out. And even as we talk, there are still signs of thunder showers and rainfall. It's been cloudy all day, but the Delhiites are keeping their fingers crossed. Past 2 days, it hasn't really rained or poured, and that is a relief for the authorities as well, because it makes the rescue operations much easier. It doesn't add to the increasing water levels. But of course, even then, as I said, that the next 1 or 2 days, the Delhiites need to be on a high alert. And importantly, that this is a record that has been broken. Past 42 years, a record has been broken. But unlike in the past, when, in 2013, when the water mark was about 2.7.49, we saw many areas of Delhi which crossed over to the ring road on the Bela colony, and all the other areas crossed the rings road, and they were inundated. But this time round, the water levels are being kept in check. We've seen a lot of, that's a departure from the past. But still, Delhi is on a very, very kept on tenterhooks. We'll have to wait and see whether the weather gods are actually favorable to the national capital. If it doesn't rain, that will be a big relief.
All right, Moshmi, appreciate you joining us. We're going to continue to come back to you. Let's quickly dip into the latest news break that we're getting in. Arvind Kejriwal is chairing a meeting, especially at the back of the levels of the Yamuna. More water released from the Hathani Kund, a big concern where Delhiites are concerned. What we're given to understand right now that the Delhi Chief Minister chairing an emergency meet. He's urged residents in low-lying areas to vacate. Section 144 has also been put in place in flood-prone areas. Cutting across to my colleague Amit Bhardwaj, joining us for more details on the story. Amit, over to you.
Well, Preeti, Arvind Kejriwal, along with Delhi cabinet ministers, Delhi mayor, and the officials concerned with the revenue, flood irrigation department, and other important departments were called for this emergency meeting by Arvind Kejriwal, the chief minister of Delhi. This happened because remember, the 1978 record was of highest level of water in Yamuna was broken today, and in fact, that is continuously water level in Yamuna is continuously increasing. The records are being breached by Yamuna, and that is why Arvind Kejriwal had to call this emergency meeting. Now, after that meeting, what we are given to understand is that Arvind Kejriwal has appealed the Delhiwalas living in the low-lying areas of the national capital floodplains, which are to be affected because of the increase in water level in Yamuna. Arvind Kejriwal has asked these families to move to either the relief camps which has been set up by the Delhi government or to the safer locations to their relatives and neighbors' houses. Along with that, a statement has been also given by the Delhi government and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal that the threat of flood is looming large in the national capital. The prediction of the National Water Commission has been already, that projection which was shown that around midnight today, the water level in Yamuna could reach to 207.72.
Okay.
But Preeti, as we speak, that particular projection has been already breached. The water level in Yamuna has already touched 207.82 marks, which means the situation is further, worsening. And the reason behind it is, Preeti, the water coming from Himachal Pradesh, Haryana is supposed to release it to Delhi. Back to you.
Right. Well, but one really can't blame with what's really going on, because where I'm standing right now in Himachal, the water from Himachal has drained into the plains of Punjab and Haryana and now being released onwards to Delhi. With that, let's quickly listen in to Arvind Kejriwal on the emergency meet.
इस वक्त यमुना में पानी बढ़ता जा रहा है और एक तरह से बाढ़ की स्थिति सी बनी हुई है। दिल्ली में यमुना का लेवल जो डेंजर लेवल है वो 205.33 मीटर है। इस वक्त वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा क्रॉस कर चुका है। वो 207.71 पे पहुंच गया ऑलरेडी। 200
For us, extremely crucial, especially for those people who are staying on the banks of River Yamuna. It is believed in the next 24 hours, the level and also the flow of Yamuna will increase tremendously. And that's the reason why you are seeing people now evacuating from their houses. What you see are people without any help. The authorities are not here. There is no boat available. Their houses have almost been submerged. अभी आप कितना अंदर से चल के आ रहे हैं?
कम से कम 2 किलोमीटर से अंदर से।
कम 2 किलोमीटर। ये सारा घर का सामान है?
सारा घर का सामान।
घर डूब गया या बचा है?
डूब गया है।
घर डूब गया है?
डूब गया।
अंदर कितने लोग बचे हैं?
कम से कम 200 लोग होंगे अभी।
200 लोग अंदर हैं। बच्चे भी बचे हैं अंदर?
बच्चे भी हैं अभी।
बच्चे हैं? उनको कैसे लेके आएंगे? सांप क्या?
एक को सांप काट लिया बच्चे को।
एक बच्चे को सांप काट लिया। इसमें यमुना के पानी में सांप है?
हाँ, पानी में सांप है।
सांप है?
है।
कितना लोग और ये जो लोग चल के आ रहे हैं सब सामान लेके आ रहे हैं?
सब सामान लेके आ रहे हैं।
वगैरह का प्रबंध नहीं किया है सरकार ने या किसी अथॉरिटी ने?
प्रबंध नहीं किया है।
कोई प्रबंध नहीं
कोई
किया
प्रबंध नहीं।
खुद ही आप सामान लेके आ रहे हैं?
सामान लेके आ रहे हैं।
अगला 24 घंटे में तो कह रहे हैं कि स्तर बढ़ जाएगा।
हाँ, भरने का क्या करेगा? अपना बचाने के लिए तो सामान लेके भागना पड़ेगा बाहर।
200 लोग के आसपास हैं अभी?
हाँ, अंदर है अभी।
बच्चे भी हैं?
बच्चे हैं।
Very, very difficult times for the people who are staying here. There are certain children who are still stuck inside, and one needs to walk almost 2 kilometers to reach the houses of these people. Because there is no help from any of the authorities, that's the reason why they have now taken matter into their own hands, and you are seeing these people moving with stuff. These are their household items. Because there is no help, they are now making sure that at least they save whatever they can. With camera person Sanjay Kumar, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
Well, even in Himachal Pradesh, most people trying to get by on foot, trying to reach either Kulu because there have been emergencies or back home from where they've been stuck. And that's just a small example. This was a road and you can see people now trying to make their way either to their houses from what was their workplace or what was their house there. This is the life of the locals. Everything. There's no electricity here. There is no water. Everything washed out. In terms of phone connectivity, that has also just barely been restored. What my camera person Pawan and I will do is, because we've got to make our way, if you see, that's what the road looks like now. This is where the road actually begins after it being washed off, and we are going to try and make our way by foot all the way to Manali main town. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of news, but do stay with us. On the other side is To The Point, where since we've been walking from Kulu to Manali, we've seen so many locals coming in with their own tales, their own tragedy. The river has changed its course, but it's also changed the course of many people's lives. All of that coming up on the other side on To The Point. Stay with us.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Where do you think the markets are headed? We've seen a very, very sharp rally on a year-to-date basis on the Nifty, and as also on the Bank Nifty. Many other indices are at record highs. How do you see charts? What is your understanding of fundamentals about this rally?
Sure. So, Shelji, what I feel is that, markets, after consolidating for almost 1.5 years, that is in October 2021, when we peaked around 18,700, and after that, we have been consolidating for a while, for almost good 1.5 years time frame. Now, technically speaking, this kind of consolidation breakout after a decent 1 to 2 years kind of phase typically leads to a very strong up move at an index level. So a lot of people are worried. They think that obviously markets have moved up very sharp in a very short span of time. So whether it's a good time to enter at these levels, wait for a dip, or it's kind of a sell on rise market. According to me, it's more like a buy on dips market, because there are some structural changes which is happening in India. First, RBI, when it paused its interest rate, that is how, we created a bottom in our market. Since then, we have been seeing very strong capex commitment by center, almost 10 lakh crore kind of capex. And if I look this number, if you put together addition of almost last 10, 15, 20 years, I think the kind of capex we are witnessing in this particular year has crossed this number all put together, which clearly indicates that we are shifting typically from a consumption-led economy to a capex-led economy. And we firmly believe whenever there is a capex cycle which starts, it typically lasts for a longer time. And if you look at the capacity utilization for most of the industries, they have reached 73, 74% kind of levels. We have seen private balance sheets are improving, and that will eventually lead index to show further up move. According to my technical setup, till the time we don't see a breach below 18,500 on a sustainable basis, all kind of dips should be used as an opportunity to buy.
That's right, Abba. Well, the shares of defense companies were on a roll today, surging by up to 10%, and that's amid heavy volumes on reports that the Ministry of Defense has cleared the procurement of 26 Dassault Rafale marine fighters right ahead of Prime Minister's visit to France. Now, among the individual stocks, we saw Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders, Cochin Shipyard, and even Bharat Dynamics rallying anywhere between 5 to 10%, and stocks of BEL and HAL were up about 3% in today's trade. Now, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders really hit a new lifetime high of 1591. It got locked on the 10% upper circuit today, and that was after reports suggested that proposal for procurement of 3 additional Scorpion submarines has also been cleared by the Defence Ministry, and these might be built by Mazagon. Now, as per ICICI Securities, the report, they have said that contract value of these 3 additional submarines is expected to be around 20,000 odd crore rupees, and that could be a big fillip for Mazagon. Remember, the stock has been a clear multi-bagger. It has rallied about 1% on a year-to-date basis. While when you compare to the other majors, HAL is up 54% YTD, Bharat Dynamics is up 30%, BEL is up 27%, Cochin Shipyard up 22%, and all in all, the Nifty India Defence Index is up 23% year to date, which has widely outperformed the Nifty Index that's risen about 7% this year so far. Also, brokerage firm Phillip Capital has maintained a positive outlook on the defence sector, and it believes that the defence stocks do offer favourable long-term growth potential. It has forecast a significant opportunity pipeline of $110 billion over the next 6 to 8 years, despite India's current defence revenues being only $8 billion. Phillip Capital has preferred BEL, Bharat Dynamics, Solar Industries and MTAR as their top picks.
Quality today. In Delhi, 109. In Mumbai, 76. In Kolkata, 46. In Bengaluru, 50. In Chennai, 33. In Hyderabad, 106.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
SBI Mutual Fund, a partner for life. UBI, अच्छे लोग अच्छा बैंक.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Choudhry. We come to you right now from the Alu grounds, Manali. The worst hit, the epicenter of the flash flood tragedy that unfolded. The worst that Himachal Pradesh has seen since 1995. That's what every person you speak with will tell you. What's really gotten people a little tense are the rolling clouds there in the hills. There are dark clouds rolling in. Will it rain again? That's the big question. Once again, we'll show you, take a look at, this was a road. All of that completely swept away. All that's left is rubble. I'll turn around and I'll ask Pawan to actually get you a glimpse of what lies here. This, again, was a road. All you see are big boulders. residential houses completely washed away by the angry waters of the river Beas. On the other hand, you can see trucks rolled over, vehicles, little tempo carriers completely smashed. This particular Hyundai showroom completely gone. This entire building is going to come down any time, because look at the devastation that the floods have wreaked, because there's just no base on which it stands anymore. My camera person Pavan Kumar and I walked from Kulu all the way to Alu grounds, and this is how we walked through. This was how we walked through. The people we met and their stories were heartbreaking. Medical emergencies, primarily. A woman who was bitten by an old woman with a snake bite, being rushed, but there's no way to go, because the road which has been opened right now is seeing traffic jams of about 14 to 50 hours. The only way to get to a hospital, because nothing is functioning in Manali. No electricity, no water. In terms of phone connectivity, has just been restored an hour ago. But all of them forced to take this road. I want to just cut across to our ground report coming in from Kulu all the way to Manali. I'm standing exactly where half a hotel was swept away. This is the road. I'll ask Pavan to show you. Can you see? That's the road, and that's part of the hotel which got swept away. That's the Shirar Hotel. I'll ask Pavan to show you. That's the Shirar Hotel on the Kullu-Manali highway. Half of it has gotten swept away, and that's where the road has cut. You can see helicopters there. First helicopter there, which has finally been able to get through to Manali, because the valley, even though the Kullu Valley had cleared up, the Manali Valley is a little narrow, so a little difficult. कहाँ से आ रहे हैं जी? बिहार। आगे से? तबीयत ठीक नहीं है? तबीयत नहीं ठीक है? क्या हुआ? पेट में दर्द है? या बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा नहीं है आगे? हाँ? पता नहीं, देखा नहीं मैंने। आगे जाओ तो आप ट्रैवल वापस। हाँ। क्या हुआ इधर? इनको क्या हुआ है? पेट में दर्द है, पेट में दर्द है। कहाँ? कुल्लू जा रहे हैं? कुल्लू हॉस्पिटल। कोई मिला नहीं उधर से? उधर यहाँ तक गाड़ी आई ना, गाड़ी में आए, फिर यहाँ से आके गाड़ी आएगी, उसमें जाएंगे। अब रोड बंद पड़े हुए ना सारे। जी जी जी। इस चक्कर में फिर यहाँ से जाना पड़ेगा पैदल। You know, it's tragic. She's now being carried because this poor girl has a really terrible stomach ache. It's tragic because there's just no help, it seems. You know, the rain might have stemmed, but this is the apathy that continues. आप कहाँ से हैं सर? डोबी। वहाँ पर कैसा है अभी?
बहुत बुरे हालात है। बुरे हालात। अभी तो मुश्किल हफ्ता 10 दिन लग जाएगा। बहुत बड़ा पानी है।
So this is the road that has completely been washed away to Manali. We are coming in from Kulu right now. We're going to try and attempt by foot to reach Manali, which is still about from here easy 50 kilometers. So we're going to try and get as close as possible, because that is where, at least right now in this region, is the true extent of the devastation. Kasol and Manali. We're going to try and attempt to get to Manali there. So we finally managed to reach Manali town. You can see still a lot of tourists that are stranded right here, waiting to get home safely, looking for a mode of transport. And I'll actually show you, because, you know, it's been from where we have come in, the road has been washed away from various sides, and a big example right in front of me, right before Manali town. The entire road, the whole chunk of it, completely washed away. You know, if you've seen those visuals coming in of many tourists taking of how that entire road in Manali had caved in, well, this is the beginning of it. There's nothing left. It's a huge crater. All of it practically washed away by the river Beas. What we're going to attempt now is, we've come to Manali, we're going to try and make our way to Alu ground. That is where the maximum devastation happened, when there was a surge in the water levels of the Beas. So these are what villagers are actually doing. They're cutting across to Kulu, getting basic essentials and coming back. This resort that you see, part of it has been washed away itself, but that person can allow all of these people who are, I'll show you that. These are people from villages who are picking up basic essential commodities and going to their village. You can give access, and there's no access. I met somebody with a medical emergency, a father taking his daughter who's got a debilitating stomachache. Let me ask them, ma'am, आप मुझसे बात करेंगे, आप कहाँ से आ रहे हैं?
हम भुंतर से आ रहे हैं मैम।
भुंतर से आप चल के आ रही हैं?
नहीं, यहाँ तक गाड़ी में
यहाँ तक गाड़ी, फिर यहाँ से
निकले।
आपका गांव आगे है?
हाँ, पतली कुल जा रहे हैं हम।
यहाँ से पतली कुल जा रहे हैं जी। कितना बुरा हाल है आपके यहाँ?
अभी पता नहीं, अब जाके देखेंगे।
आप कुल्लू में थे?
हाँ, मेरे मायके ना उधर पतली कुल में, वो सारा बह गया है। तो मैं भुंतर से आई अभी मिलने उनसे।
मिलने आए?
हाँ, उन्होंने ना कुछ सामान निकाला, बस जो पहने कपड़े उसी के साथ निकल गए वो बाहर।
बस जो पहने उनके साथ
के साथ लगभग 15 करोड़ का नुकसान होगा मेरे मायके का।
आपके पूरा पतली कुल जो गांव है?
हाँ, पतली कुल से उस साइड है माहिली गांव।
माहिली?
हाँ, वो सारा
पानी वानी कुछ नहीं है वहाँ पर?
कुछ नहीं है, अभी कोई सुविधा नहीं है, ना लाइट है ना पानी है। फोन भी आज हुआ, आज पता लगा हमें कि ऐसा हुआ। मैं वैसे ही चल पड़ी।
तो आप सामान लेके जा रहे हो उनके लिए?
मैं कुछ खाने पीने का सामान डाला जितना मेरे से उठाया जा रहा था।
अकेले आए हो आप?
हाँ, नहीं, बेटा आया था मुझे यहाँ छोड़ने, वो वापिस चला गया। हाँ।
In terms of, while the rescue relief operations are on, the villagers here have been left to themselves. Medical emergencies they can't even get. This is the Manali valley from here on. And there's nothing here is what we've been told. Everything has come to a standstill. Anyone for medical emergencies, for basic water, drinking water, has to be taken to the other side. Now there's somebody coming in with a medical emergency. You can see there is an elderly lady that is being taken by her family. She's on a drip and she's been taken through. I don't know how she's going to make her way. She was brought in on a stretcher till now, and I really don't understand how this poor lady is going to actually make her way all the way to the other side, because there's no way she'd be able to wade through the waters of the other side. This has happened right now, just about on our watch. You can even see the mud trickling in from the top. But these are the visuals which we will see in days to come. They couldn't even get out, and now people are coming in. आप कौन है ये, आप जानते हैं?
मैं तो जानता नहीं हूँ, मैं टैक्सी वाला हूँ ना। एकदम से मुझे बोला है कि इनको हॉस्पिटल लेके जाओ, तो मैं साथ में चला हूँ हेल्प करने के लिए।
आप हेल्प
करने के लिए साथ में चला हूँ।
पर यहाँ से कैसे जाएंगे आप?
करना पड़ेगा कुछ।
जाना पड़ेगा ना मैम, क्या करना, मजबूरी है।
क्या बात हुई है मैडम?
तो स्नेक ने वो थोड़ा सा कट लिया ना।
सांप ने काट लिया है? स्नेक बाइट का केस है?
हाँ जी।
यहाँ पर तो बिल्कुल नीचे कहाँ से आप?
ये बोलते रिजॉर्ट वाले से पूछेंगे, रिजॉर्ट वाले के
रिजॉर्ट वाला तो हाँ
इनसे पूछे जाएंगे ना। अब क्या करना, पतलीकुल में फैसिलिटीज है नहीं,
कुछ नहीं है जी।
लेफ्ट बैंक की रोड सारी ब्लॉक्ड है
जी।
लाइट भी नहीं है,
मनाली भी जाना
कुछ भी नहीं है, मालूम है जी।
तब क्या करना, अब जाना पड़ेगा ना, जान के आइए। तो
आप कहाँ से हैं?
हम लोग तो नगर से है जी।
आप नगर से वहाँ से यहाँ तक आए हैं? क्योंकि पूरा रोड जो ब्लॉक चल रहा है उधर।
ब्लॉक है ना मैम, तो फिर नीचे नगर पुल भी गया है, वहाँ से हमने टेम्परेरी पौड़ियाँ चढ़ के आए हैं।
ये ऐसे आ रहे हैं?
क्या करना, सारे हम लोगों को मजबूरी हो गई आजकल।
पर आप लोगों ने प्रशासन को फोन किया, किसी को फोन किया?
प्रशासन को कहाँ से करें मैं?
एम्बुलेंस से आए हैं।
हाँ जी,
एक्चुअली ये CSC पतलीकुल से बंजुरी एम्बुलेंस से आए ना।
एम्बुलेंस से आए हैं वहाँ?
हाँ जी, यहाँ से हमारी नेक्स्ट एम्बुलेंस आएगी अगली साइड से।
अगली साइड से दूसरी एम्बुलेंस?
जी, क्योंकि ऊपर से छोटा रोड है ना, वहाँ से कंजेस्टेड है जगह।
पर कोई आपके यहाँ पर कोई मतलब जो लोकल प्रशासन है वहाँ पर DC है, SP है, कोई पुलिस मदद नहीं कर रही है आपको हेल्प यहाँ से?
क्या करें हम यहाँ पे इस टाइम थोड़ा सर्वर प्रॉब्लम है आज थोड़ा सा।
हाँ, नेटवर्क नहीं है किसी चीज़ का। आज जैसा तैसा करके हो रहा थोड़ा पूरा नेटवर्क इश्यूज है, सर्वर है नहीं। हाँ, तो 3 दिन के बाद थोड़ा सा अभी पॉज हो रही है।
आप कौन से गांव से हैं यहाँ पर?
हम लोग नगर से थोड़ा सा नीचे मछाड़ा है।
नगर है, वहाँ पर कैसी हालत है?
वहाँ तो ऐसा नहीं है, कुछ उलट नीचे पतलीकुल के जितना नुकसान नहीं हुआ ना। हाँ। वहाँ पे बारिश हुई, पर वो थोड़ा हाइट में है ना, इसलिए वहाँ कुछ नुकसान नहीं हुआ।
तो ऊपर ठीक है, पर बिल्कुल कट ऑफ है। आप
कट ऑफ है मतलब ये है कि पतलीकुल में पुल तक आ सकते हैं आप, वो ब्रिज बंद है। ब्रिज के बाद आप या तो आप चढ़ के आओ या तो फिर आप पार ही रहो।
जैसे
हाँ, लेफ्ट बैंक से रोड ब्लॉक है, फिर आ नहीं सकते उधर को भी।
आपका नाम?
संगीता।
आप कहाँ से आ रही हैं?
पतलीकुल।
आप इनको गर्भवती हैं, हॉस्पिटल लेके जाना है?
डिलीवरी हो गया है।
डिलीवरी हो गया है। और आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं अब?
कुल्लू जा रहे हैं।
कुल्लू जा रहे हैं, कहाँ पर?
हॉस्पिटल।
हॉस्पिटल क्यों जा रहे हैं?
बच्चे को दिखाने के सुई वगैरह पड़ेगा ना।
बच्चे को दिखाना है। तबीयत ठीक है आपका?
ठीक है।
You know, this is as dangerous because the desperate villagers trying their best to come to this side. I don't know why this man is attempting what he is. We are going to give it up from here because look at it. This is what is left of the road. That's it. That's the patch. And I will show you this man who's trying to come into this side. And you're practically on a ledge. And I have goosebumps looking at him doing this. Because there's a complete drop. That's the road. Well, he's been... I really want to ask him what compelled him to do so. Sir, क्यों इतना dangerous करके इधर आए?
नहीं, बस आगे थोड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट काम था तब निकल रहा था मैं।
क्या काम है आपको?
बस कुछ नहीं, ऐसे काम था थोड़ा पर्सनल।
काम है? आगे कहाँ तक कटा हुआ है?
आगे तो ये युगप आपका यही एरिया थोड़ा खराब है, बस बाकी तो ठीक है सारा।
कोई और रास्ता है? क्योंकि हम आप जैसी हिम्मत नहीं रखते तो कहाँ से उस तरफ जा सकते हैं?
आप आगे से जा सकते हो घूम के, आगे से जो ब्रिज है ना उससे ऊपर से रास्ता है जाने के लिए।
कहाँ?
ये निकलेगा, जो रास्ता टूटा है उसके आगे निकलेगा।
रहते हो जी? ऊपर रहते हैं पतली कुल। चल के आए हो पतली कुल से? कितना दूर है इधर से?
थोड़ा दूर है।
अभी कैसा हाल है उधर?
बुरा हाल है।
बह गया सब? Manali, the whole infrastructure has apparently collapsed. They have to bring anyone who's sick to Kullu. And there's just no way of getting there because at this side is where the road is caved in. The administration says that side is, they've been able to open out a road, but that's witnessing traffic jams of over 11 hours straight up. Reporting with camera person Pavan Kumar, Preeti Choudhry for India Today.
Are you worried that artificial intelligence will render you jobless? A United Nations agency assembled a group of robots at a news conference recently to address the concerns of human beings. 9 robots posed upright along with their creator at the podium in Geneva for what the International Telecommunication Union billed as the world's first news conference featuring humanoid social robots. The agency invited reporters to ask the robots questions that sparked discussion about the future of artificial intelligence. In one of the answers that could trouble our politicians, the robots suggested that they could be more efficient government leaders.
I believe that humanoid robots have the potential to lead with a greater level of efficiency and effectiveness than human leaders. We don't have the same biases or emotions that can sometimes cloud decision-making and can process large amounts of data quickly in order to make the best decisions.
When asked about the rise of humanoid robots, they advised caution.
That's a difficult question. I think it depends on how they are used and what purpose they serve. We should be cautious, but also excited for the potential of these technologies to improve our lives in many ways.
Organizers said the event was meant to showcase not just the capabilities but also the limitations of robotics.
To showcase the capabilities and how these technologies could support the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. While robotics are not yet as mainstream as, say, generative AI, we wanted to demonstrate AI in action to you. In a world's first. This is the world's first press conference with 9, actually, we have an extra one, AI-enabled humanoid social robot.
The event was part of the AI for Good Global Summit, meant to illustrate how new technology can support the UN's goals for sustainable development. Artificial intelligence has entered uncharted territory, and the world has started recognizing its abilities. Bureau Report, India Today.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it. Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Is the rally overdone, or are we just starting?
Actually, in March, if you look at my Twitter feed, I had tweeted on March 28th that this was the perfect time to get into the markets, that I did not know whether it was the exact bottom, but it was certainly somewhere around the bottom. And also that, we all understand the risk of being in the market. But this was a time when the risk was more in not being invested and therefore missing out on an up move. So at that time, the index was in the 16,900 range. I mean, the Nifty. Of course, it has had a run since then. But even so, my assessment still is that the risk is still of missing out on an up move relative to a crash. I do not see a risk of a crash very imminent. And I still think we are closer to the beginning rather than the end of the run-up.
For the first 6 months, which ended on June 30th, the two portfolios that Devina manages have outperformed both the Nifty as also by their peers very handsomely. So it's a 10.5% gain on First Global IS 50 in the past 6 months compared with the 6.5% index appreciation that you've seen. And the First Global IMAP, which has an overlay of a lot of gilt as well as gold, is still up 9.5%. Devina, as I was scrolling through your portfolio, amongst the top 10 odd stocks, you have three IT companies, of course, two very well known, Infosys as well as TCS, and one mid cap that has done wonders, which is Nucleus Software. Overall, the software sector hasn't done much. The index just.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar. Co-presented by Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by Sera. This is your space. Play it your way.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. The biggest question in Maharashtra politics at this moment is, who do the voters of the state think is the real NCP? Where does the support of the people of Maharashtra lie? Does it lie with Sharad Pawar, or are people backing Ajit Pawar? We know where the MLAs are. What we don't know at this moment is, where does public sympathy lie? On this week's edition of the Political Stock Exchange, we'll get you the results of the first Maharashtra snap poll after Ajit Pawar broke away from his uncle. This is an edition of the PSE I've been eagerly waiting for.
Mahapawar quake tremors continue. Birth pangs hit Mahayuti. Will Pawar help or hurt BJP? What do Maharashtra voters think? First opinion poll after NCP split. Political Stock Exchange.
This is why the Political Stock Exchange is so special and so important. Over the next 45 minutes, you will find out who is carrying the voters with him. Do people back Sharad Pawar at the moment? Can he revive the NCP? Or are people backing Ajit Pawar? Before I bring you the results of the Sea Voter snap poll for Maharashtra, let me take you through the headlines. I'm tracking the line. Bengal blood politics rages on. BJP fact-finding team targets Mamata Banerjee over deaths. Chief Minister cries conspiracy. BJP versus Sidhu Sarkara over Jain Sia's murder. Former CM Bommai leads protest on law and order in Karnataka. Demands a CBI probe into the monk's death. Bengaluru double murder accused arrested. Sabarish, also known as Joker Felix, killed CEO and MD of tech startup over a professional rivalry. Delhi on flood alert. Yamuna water levels crossed the 207-meter mark. Arvind Kejriwal holds an emergency meeting. Section 144 is imposed in flood-prone areas. Paris prepares for Prime Minister Modi's visit. Mega defense deals on the card. Indian tri-service contingent readies to march during the Bastille Day parade. The state of Maharashtra is still feeling the tremors of the Pawar Mahaquake. There is no clarity yet on who the real NCP is. The Mahayuti is battling issues of its own. There is no end to the Maha-cabinet deadlock. The Ajit Pawar faction and the Shinde Sena are both demanding their pound of flesh. Before I get to the results of the Political Stock Exchange snap poll for Maharashtra, I want to take you through all that's been happening in the state over the last 24 hours.
The Mahayuti seems to be suffering from birth pangs. 8 NCP MLAs were sworn in with Ajit Pawar on the 2nd of July. They are yet to be allotted their portfolios. It's no secret that the induction of the rebel NCP netas into the Maharashtra cabinet created major heartburn in the Shinde Sena. And so the Maharashtra cabinet expansion deadlock continues. Sources tell India Today that Chief Minister Eknath Shinde wants the 14 cabinet berths that are lying vacant to be allocated first. He's also not opposed to important portfolios going to the NCP as long as his own ministers are not dropped or reshuffled. But his new deputy, Ajit Pawar, wants portfolio allocation for his ministers on priority.
Sources tell India Today that of the 14 vacant berths, 5 each would go to Shinde Sena and BJP and 4 to the NCP. But the pressure is mounting on Chief Minister Shinde, as his MLAs have been lobbying hard for the berths. BJP, on the other hand, is willing to push the cabinet expansion further.
The cabinet suspense has given more fodder to the Aghadi alliance to hit out at the Maharashtra government.
कुर्सी, ये पद, मिनिस्टरशिप, इसमें ही ये सरकार और दूसरे पार्टी को फोड़ने में ये सरकार बिजी है और जो सामान्य लोगों के प्रश्न है उस पर कोई भी बात नहीं कर रहा। महाराष्ट्र की जनता नाराज है और जब आगे वाले इलेक्शन आएंगे तब ये नाराजगी लोकशाही के माध्यम से बीजेपी और इनके मित्र पक्ष के खिलाफ लोग 100% दिखाएंगे।
ये लोग सब जो गए हैं दो चीजों के लिए गए हैं, उनके ऊपर जो आरोप थे, जो एविडेंस थे, ईडी की तो जांच चल रही थी, सीबीआई की जांच चल रही थी, वो दबाने के लिए गए हैं। उसका एक गैर कानून और बंगले के लिए तो गए हैं, बंगले और प्रोटेक्शन, और क्या चाहिए उनको।
Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel are slated to meet the Home Minister at the capital over portfolio allocation. Can Delhi break the deadlock in Maharashtra? Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, so it's time now for the Sea Voter Maharashtra snap poll results, part of the political stock exchange. Here is question number 1 from the snap poll. Who is the real NCP? Who is the boss of the NCP? The results on your screen right now. 66% of the respondents in the Sea Voter snap poll for Maharashtra, and this is only in the state of Maharashtra, said that Sharad Pawar is the real boss. That's 2 in every 3 voter. 1 in every 4 voter said Ajit Pawar is the real NCP chief. That's just 1 in 4. I now want to break this down into parties. So we know overall 66% think that Sharad Pawar is the real NCP. I want to walk across and show you how many people from the NCP. Now remember, these are voters who voted for the NCP. Amongst those who voted for the NCP, 80% of the respondents say Sharad Pawar is the real NCP. Only 16% of the respondents think Ajit Pawar is the real NCP. Remember, NCP has about 16% of the total vote share in the last assembly election in Maharashtra. What this poll is telling you is 4 out of 5 NCP voters think Sharad Pawar is the real NCP, and as an aggregate, 2 out of 3 voters in the state of Maharashtra think that Ajit Pawar is not the real NCP, Sharad Pawar is the real NCP. Rajdeep Sardesai is joining me. Sahil Joshi is with us, our Maharashtra Bureau Chief. With me in the studio is Shehzad Poonawala, looking dapper as always. Shehzad, welcome.
Thank you.
With us on this broadcast is Priyanka Chaturvedi, senior leader of the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena. We'll also get a perspective from both the camps of the NCP. And Yashwant Deshmukh is the lead cephalogist at Sea Voter. He will tell us about this poll and the manner in which it's been conducted. Rajdeep, to you first. 4 out of 5 NCP voters. To me, the headline is that 4 out of 5 people who voted for the NCP are saying they think Sharad Pawar is the real NCP, not Ajit.
These are NCP voters.
And 66% of the overall voters of Maharashtra are saying Sharad Pawar is the real NCP.
But what really matters at the moment, the battle is who is the boss of the NCP. It's like when Uddhav Thackeray broke, or when Eknath Shinde broke away, the question we were raising is who really controls the Shiv Sena. So there are 2 battles going on, Rahul. There is the legal battle, which will go on in the election commission for the symbol. There will be a battle in the assembly, who has the more MLAs, and there's a battle among the people of the state. Now, the NCP's vote in Maharashtra has been largely concentrated in Western Maharashtra. The party has got about 16-17% of the vote, but in Western Maharashtra, it gets a disproportionate share of the vote. The challenge, therefore, is for the NCP, both factions, who controls that sugar bastion of Western Maharashtra. If our political stock exchange numbers are right, then Sharad Pawar has the advantage among the people. That is the NCP voters. Now, this is in the immediate aftermath of what happened, so there will be an emotional factor, a certain sympathy for Mr. Pawar at the age of 83, the manner in which Ajit Pawar has gone away. Mr. Pawar's challenge will be to sustain it over the next 12 months. Can he continue to sustain it, given that the real challenge this time, Rahul, is the BJP? You see, the BJP is now a belligerent behemoth. which is going to spread its wings right across Maharashtra. They want to be Maharashtra's #1 party. They want to swallow the regional parties as a result. The only reason the BJP has never got a majority in Maharashtra is because there are these two large regional parties, Shiv Sena and NCP. Now they've broken both. Clear strategy. Opposite of what Pramod Mahajan did. Pramod Mahajan wanted to build alliances under Amit Shah.
So
we want to break alliances
Rajdeep
and
is
build regional
essentially
parties.
theorizing that after the Lok Sabha elections, the BJP could part ways with either the Ajit Pawar faction or the Shinde faction, or both, in its bid to emerge as the largest party. That's one step ahead
Not
of where
largest,
we are.
majority now. They want a majority.
That's one step ahead of where we are. At this moment, it seems that public sympathy is with Sharad Pawar. The question that Rajdeep is asking, Yashwant Deshmukh, and it's a valid question, is can this sympathy sustain? Your snap poll carried soon on the back of this rebellion, rather unseemly, very natural, as the patriarch Sharad Pawar has public sympathy with him. Rajdeep's alluding to whether he can sustain this, or will the fact that the people, the MLAs on the ground are now with Ajit Pawar means that ultimately this sympathy will switch?
Well, Rahul, I think Sharad Pawar is still, seen as the patriarch, the guy who has made NCP, the person who is NCP largely. And it is very unlike Uddhav Thackeray Sena, where, it was Balasaheb Thackeray who was seen as the person who made Shiv Sena. And whether Uddhav Thackeray is in a position to do justice to the legacy of Shiv Sena or not. So if you ask the similar question on Shiv Sena question, where Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Thackeray, that fight is quite evenly divided. We have asked that question multiple times, and it is like Mumbai region and rest of the Maharashtra are two different territories in there. But as far as NCP's core vote bank is concerned, they still, they still respect and they still feel that they are with Sharad Pawar. And to an extent that even Ajit Pawar and all the leaders of NCP who have gone with Ajit Pawar are also not in a position to say that Mr. Sharad Pawar is not our leader. So it's a very weird kind of situation. But yes, as far as NCP is concerned, it is very different from the equation of Shiv Sena split. I think if Balasaheb Thackeray would have been alive, then probably the similar kind of number would have come from the Shiv Sena voters. But because he is...
Priyanka Chaturvedi is listening. She obviously doesn't agree. But before I go across to her, I want to show our viewers the response to the second question. And this question is to do with whether Sharad Pawar will be able to revive the NCP. Remember, one of the challenges at the age of 83 that the grand old man of Maratha politics faces is to travel across the state and revive the NCP between July and April, March next year. 57% of the overall respondents in this Sea Voter Snap poll said they thought Sharad Pawar could revive the NCP. I want to walk across and show you the responses amongst NCP voters. But as an aggregate, 57% of the respondents think that Sharad Pawar has what it takes to revive the NCP. Now, let's take a look at how many respondents amongst NCP voters think that Sharad Pawar still has what it takes. Remember, health is against him, age is against him. Despite that, 3 out of 4 NCP voters, 76% of the NCP voters think Sharad Pawar can revive the NCP. 18% say no. Shehzad Poonawalla, from a BJP perspective, when you look at the numbers, the question that you'll have to ask yourself is, have you bet on the wrong horse?
Rahul, good evening. Thank you for inviting me. It's always a delight to be with the double engine of India today, and I hope at least Rajdeep will not interrupt me when I make my opening comments, because Rajdeep made a long comment. First of all, your survey is fundamentally flawed. The first question you should have asked is, which is the real NCP? Has that question been asked? So perhaps even out of the people who consider NCP faction of Sharad Pawar as a faction which is legitimate, many of them are saying that Ajit Pawar is actually the leader of that faction also. So I would suggest that first the questionnaire should have had who is the real NCP, because it is not Survey of India today, it is Sankhya, Symbol and Siddhant that will decide which is the real NCP. And by the way, all of those three are with Ajit Pawar, because you must have seen LOP.
Which Siddhant are you talking about? How is the Siddhant?
The Siddhant of NCP was to keep away from the foreign leadership of Sonia Gandhi? Wasn't it that the reason why 98 the NCP was formed?
No, that's
Rajdeep would remember this.
Okay, that's a rhetorical response to a question rooted in data. Okay, go on.
Rajdeep had a long opening statement. Let me at least have half the time.
Sure.
Yes, Rajdeep is being a disciplined boy. Now, see, let me ask you, LOP has come to this side, who was the LOP of actually the entire MVA. Founding member Dilip Valse Patel is on this side, the working president on this side, chief whip on this side, the Vidhayak Dal on this side. Then how come you're saying that the real NCP is with Sharad Pawar?
I think Shehzad is
Rahul,
confusing.
you can't keep interrupting. Let me at least
because you're
complete my
confusing
statement.
rhetoric for data.
No, I'm
the
not
data is telling its own story.
Did
Your
you ask which
answer,
is the real NCP?
It does. The first.
No, which is the first question?
Okay,
You please
Ajit
read out
Pawar
which
has
is the
removed
NCP.
Sharad Pawar from the post of the national president of the NCP and appointed himself as the new party chief. According to you, who is the real NCP? It's question number 3. Do your research and then respond.
Who is the real NCP?
Your responses today are very weak on research.
To that question.
I will come to the question. It's a full 45-minute show.
So let me give you my
leave
argument.
the rhetoric aside. Talk on facts, because everything that you've said so far has been very flimsy on facts.
No, it is not flimsy on facts.
It is flimsy on facts.
Is the LOP working president, chief whip, founding member of the NCP?
This is despite that, Shehzad. This is despite that. This poll, remember, this is. If you want to just take a machine gun and start firing at the poll, you're welcome to do so.
No, I'm not firing at all. You are unnecessarily being defensive.
I'm not being defensive. I'm saying let's stick to the data.
You don't even want to hear my full argument.
No, because it's not based on facts. And
what is not based on facts?
Because it's based on rhetoric. Here's the point I'm making. In the
fact that the chief whip and LOP is on this side.
We try and get the data to do the talking.
No, Rahul, you can't be judgmental about my argument.
No, it's the whole position. It's the whole position of the show. Anyway, you've spoken now longer than Rajdeep.
No, Rahul, I don't think you have allowed me an opening statement.
You've spoken. It's because you were caught out without facts.
Interrupting me.
You were caught out without facts. Without having seen the questions that have been asked, you're making it seem like the questions haven't been asked.
You kept interrupting me. Let me have 30 seconds. Why are you so agitated?
I am not, because you're not. See, I'm trying to get you to stick to facts and data. You're giving rhetorical responses.
Your judgment on my statement can't be a fact.
Because you've spoken for 2 minutes already. 20 more seconds.
Let me answer a few questions Rajdeep said. Rajdeep said we have broken the party. The entire Shiv Sena is with us. The Bhagavati Gut is with Uddhav Sena. The entire NCP is with us. The Bhagavati Gut is with Sharad Pawar. In fact, doing Bhagavat is with the DNA of Sharad Pawar. He did it in 1978 and in 1998. I have 3 specific questions. First of all, please tell me that hasn't the BJP been a 100+ party from the last 10 years in Maharashtra? And which other party has been 100+ party in Maharashtra for the last 30 years other than the BJP? So Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai's contention that we are breaking parties because we want to engineer our growth is absolutely not founded in fact. Point number 1.
Okay.
Point number 2. The reason why the NCP has come to a situation where the Parivar is aside and the party is with us is the same reason why it happened with the Shiv Sena.
Okay.
The party is with us, the Parivar is aside because they have not followed the principles.
I want to go across to Priyanka Chaturvedi. On the data, I hope the data suggests that Ajit Pawar is less popular than Sharad Pawar, that the respondents in the survey seem to back Sharad Pawar much more than they back Ajit Pawar. From your perspective, in the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena, do you think that that's good news? That Pawar abhi zinda hai, the Sharad Pawar camp can still pull it off, even if it seems at this moment that Ajit Pawar has more MLAs with him?
Firstly, it's not surprising at all. Just like it wasn't surprising that while MLAs went with a certain traitor, which is Eknath Shinde, to form a government, an illegal, immoral, unconstitutional government, the cadre continues to back Uddhav Sahab Thackeray. I will not respond to the BJP spokesperson because he's sitting in Delhi studios, he does not know what's happening in Maharashtra, and I will not have him interject because I was not interjecting. But I will respond to Mr. Yashwant Deshmukh. Mr. Yashwant Deshmukh said, oh, NCP situation is very different from what Shiv Sena situation is. I would want to remind him, the last Dussehra rally of Balasaheb Thackeray was where he announced who his legacy carrier would be, who would become the next president of Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena that he had formed, the Shiv Sena that he had founded along with his father, and he had handed over the charge to Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray. I don't remember him saying Eknath Shinde in any part of his speech. If Mr. Yashwant Deshmukh ji remembers it, I'll be happy to correct myself. Secondly, I don't think when he was handing over charge to Uddhav Sahab Thackeray, did he say, oh, your lifelong alignment has to be with the Bharatiya Janata Party, even if they backstab you, even if they cheat you, even if they promise you something and they don't deliver, so you have to be with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Just like Bharatiya Janata Party is a political animal, a political party, which can align with the PDP in Kashmir, it can align with the JJP in Haryana, it can align with the Nationalist Congress Party or National Corrupt Party, as Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi said just a few days before Ajit Pawar joined their camp, is exactly what we also happen to do. Why does he get a clean certificate, a clean sheet, and oh, we are the political Chanakyas of modern day? Well, what we did was something which was a politically astute thing to do. And we did this on the basis of a common minimum program. None of us, whether it's the Congress, whether it's the NCP, or whether it's the Shiv Sena, compromised on our ideology. You ask me about, whatever they're doing on the Uniform Civil Code. We support the Uniform Civil Code if it comes from the perspective of justice and equality. You ask me about Ram Mandir. Yes, we continue to support the Ram Mandir. In fact, Shiv Sena was the first party with Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray as the Chief Minister who announced a political donation to the temple construction.
You did give me this kind of space.
You don't give me this thing about
you allowed her a long run to speak nothing on facts.
And what Balasaheb Thackeray ji founded.
This is really unfair.
We are a political party and we will make our choices on the basis
so I want to come now to the third question.
I have at least one interjection to counter this.
Very quick interjection.
Thank you, Rahul. I'm obliged with the kind of courtesy you're showing to me.
Priyanka, very quick interjection.
By the way, Rahul, here is the statement of Uddhav Thackeray. He was the first one to label, and it's an Aaj Tak report. I hope it's credible and a factual report, not rhetoric. Sharad Pawar महाभ्रष्ट है, किसानों की जमीन ले लेते हैं. There's also a statement of Bala Saheb. He said that I will never go with Congress NCP. मैं अपनी दुकान बंद कर दूंगा, but I will not become another Congress party. This is on record. But those who don't understand Marathi perhaps don't know this. And also, it is a fact that Bala Saheb Thackeray ji had called NCP a party of scoundrels.
Okay.
So this is, and on Savarkar, Rahul Gandhi abuses Savarkar. They want Bharat Ratna for Savarkar. So we know the compromise of ideology.
I want to come to the third question, which is to do with this conspiracy theory in Maharashtra political circles that Sharad Pawar is somehow behind Ajit Pawar's rebellion. Now, many in Maharashtra seem to be convinced that this is the case. Let's see what respondents in this survey say. When people were asked, is Senior Pawar behind Ajit Pawar's rebellion, 49% of the respondents said no, 37% of the respondents said yes. If I look at how this plays out within NCP's voters, 64 of the respondents in the survey said that Sharad Pawar was not behind Ajit Pawar's rebellion. Amongst those who voted for the NCP, only 20% of the NCP voters said that Sharad Pawar is behind this rebellion. I want to go across to our bureau chief in Maharashtra, Sahil Joshi. Sahil, as you track this data, which seems to suggest that 4 out of 5 NCP voters are on the side of Sharad Pawar and not Ajit Pawar, how do you think the C voter snap poll will play out in Maharashtra politics?
Well, that's going to be a very important poll because I travelled with Sharad Pawar to Nasik when I did his interview. And I could see that people were still confused and they wanted to understand what is Sharad Pawar's position on this, because this has happened before. And they, a lot of people say that finally the family will come together because this has never happened in the Pawar family before. So that's why this confusion was there. But slowly, now the people are very clear, specifically after Ajit Pawar made this attack on Sharad Pawar and he used certain sentences like, I'm not your son, that's why I did not get the chance. All these things made people very clear that Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar are not on the same page. This whole revolt is against Sharad Pawar. And most importantly, when Ajit Pawar said in his speech that at the age of 83, someday you will have to retire. Why don't you retire? That is what is the sentence which has actually stuck with the people, and that's why we are seeing the data, what we are seeing. Still, there will be a lot of time. But Rahul, if you allow me, I would just like to put, some points with respect to the earlier 2 slides as well. Most importantly, why this has happened. There is no doubt that the BJP is party number 1. BJP is the only party since 1995 who have crossed the 100 mark in Maharashtra Assembly. But what we are not seeing at this point of time, that despite trying twice, the BJP could not get the majority on its own. The BJP has realized, even in 2019, that on its own, to get more than 40 seats which they require for the Lok Sabha, to get the full majority in Maharashtra Assembly is not going to be possible. The BJP vote share is not going beyond 27%. The BJP originally was at the 17 to 18%. Because of 2014 Modi wave, they have managed to get 10% more vote share, but they are not moving further. So they need to have at least 13 to 14% extra vote, and how are they going to get it? Now, please understand, despite having Shiv Sena party with them,
we didn't contest all the seats. We contested in an alliance.
The reason why they needed the third partner is because they realized that they are shortfall of at least 8 to 10% vote at this point of time, and that's why.
No, but does it just aggregate? No, let me put that question to Yashwant Deshmukh
clarifying that we did 1 second, Rahul.
Because it's not. No, 1 second. You've spoken twice.
We did not contest 288 seats in Maharashtra in 2019. We contested half those seats and we got 27% vote. Sahil is too senior for me to bring that fact out to him. Let's debate on facts, as you said, not on rhetoric.
Okay, let's do it on facts. They fought 2014 elections on their own.
Sir, I'm talking about 2019. Let's just stick. Let's not keep changing the goalposts. Let's stick to 2019. You spoke about 2019. We have not contested all the seats on 2019.
Okay, I can't have everyone speaking at the same time. Okay, you made that point. Priyanka wants to make a quick interjection before I go across to Rajdeep. Yeah, Priyanka, very quickly, 20 seconds, please.
So before,
please don't.
20 seconds before I go to, what Sahil was saying, I just want to remind our dear friend from BJP, PM Narendra Modi says NC and PDP dynastic rule has destroyed Jammu and Kashmir. So before he pulls out, statements from Balasaheb Thackeray ji at one particular point in time, does not make that whatever he's saying right now justify whatever they're doing. But I just want to say something to Sahil. Sahil, 2019 was not the realization point for the BJP. It was 2014. In 2014, BJP and Shiv Sena contested separately, and they realized that they cannot win a mandate on their own. And that is why they continue to use arithmetic over political alliances and continuing to have relationships of longest standing ally. And that is where they are faltering. And they will pay a price for it in the coming 2024 elections. As
here's the point I want to make.
Everyone else, this is what the reality is, and your poll is suggesting it.
Everyone's, Rajdeep, playing emphasis on arithmetic. Polls are also about chemistry. You just bring the Eknath Shinde Sena, the Ajit Pawar NCP and the BJP together. It doesn't mean that on the ground the Karyakartas and the voters will come together as one. We are already seeing so many polls, Shinde Sena MLAs unwilling to trust the Ajit Pawar camp, not knowing how much they'll get if Ajit Pawar becomes finance minister. It's not just that 1 plus 1 is 3. 1 plus 1 plus 1 could very well end up 1.75 and not 3.
Two very quick points first. First, a bit of historical perspective. For the last 30 odd years, Maharashtra has not thrown a single party government. You haven't had a majority government. The last was, I think, 1985. Since then, neither has the Congress, NCP, Shiv Sena or BJP crossed that magic 144 mark on their own. So each of these parties has been looking for allies. You mentioned arithmetic, Rahul. What is the arithmetic showing? You've got the Congress now plus a faction of the NCP, i.e. headed by Sharad Pawar, and the Uddhav Sena on one side. You've got a BJP, a faction of the Sena headed by Mr. Shinde, and a faction of the NCP headed by Ajit Pawar on the other. You could argue that as this poll shows, it's still a situation of flux. I still think it's too early to predict which way will the NCP voter go, just as it's perhaps still not clear whether all the the Shiv Sena voters, which way they will go. That will be tested next year. So arithmetic is uncertain because you've got two large fronts.
It will get tested in the BMC elections.
Yeah, but we don't know when those BMC elections, they may be held in October. Therefore, I think the chemistry is the important point. You see, we are focusing on arithmetic without recognizing, as you rightly say, that a poll is a mix of arithmetic and chemistry. This poll, in terms of chemistry, certainly shows that because Mr. Pawar is the much taller leader, therefore, the NCP flock is attracted to him. Why is Ajit Pawar in all his public meetings and all NCP leaders in their posters using a life-size photograph of Sharad Pawar? The same Mr. Pawar, whom Ajit Pawar said should have retired at the age of 60. Why are you using an 82-year-old photograph? That's the question, right? Because, you see, the point is, Balasaheb Thackeray is not alive. Sharad Pawar is still there. While he's there, he perhaps has the ability to get a certain emotional appeal on his side. Whether he can sustain it over 12 months is still a big question.
Rajdeep, all these people, when there was a show of strength of the MLAs, a majority of the MLAs came with Ajit Pawar. If Sharad Pawar's presence is so overwhelming, these MLAs go to the people to get themselves elected. 1 second, please listen to me. How come then? 1 second. You are telling me that your survey is more definitive than the elected representatives of the people who know the sentiment
let me
on the
put that
ground
question
and have gone to Ajit Pawar.
This is the problem.
Rajdeep, please.
Now, Shahzad, you made the point is MLAs will go where they see power. The problem
They are answerable to people.
No, I'll tell you the problem with the NCP. Unlike the Shiv Sena had an ideology. Maharashtrian Asmita, it had the ideology of Hindutva. NCP's ideology doesn't exist beyond power in a way that it's had power for 18 of the 23 years of its existence. It's raison
Rajdeep,
d'etre.
you have sidestepped my question.
Okay.
Sonia
So let me put that question to Yashwant Deshmukh.
BJP's
Yashwant Deshmukh should answer that question.
Yashwant
which case? Yashwant Deshmukh should answer that question because the MLAs will have their own political calculation. You know, you've sampled a couple of thousand people and you've come up with a certain survey. The MLAs have their own calculation. They have their pulse on the ground. They obviously think that Ajit Pawar is stronger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be ditching Sharad Pawar in the way that they have. That's Shahzad's charge. The other thing is, if arithmetic is all that mattered, in Uttar Pradesh in 2019, Akhilesh and Benji fought on the same ticket. SP and BSP were together. If arithmetic is all that matters, that combination is unbeatable. But the BJP trounced them hollow because arithmetic is only a part of the equation. The rest of the political equation is determined by chemistry. Yashwant Deshmukh.
Well, Rahul, I think Sahil did touch that point, and I would just like to take that point forward. Shahzad Poonawala's party doesn't really need a vertical split of NCP, doesn't even need 100%, not at all. You know, the thing is stacked in the way that he needed literally a virtual split of Shiv Sena 50-50, which has, by the way, MOTN numbers are showing that in January that has already happened. As far as NCP is concerned, BJP only needs 1/4 of the NCP base. That's it. To cross the threshold of 40%, which Sahil was mentioning, in terms of NDA arithmetic. And so far, these numbers are showing they are getting more than that. What I feel, it is not a 50-50 split like Shiv Sena, but it is coming out 2/3, 1/3 split, which is like every third NCP voter kind of likely to go Ajit Pawar's way. And that is more than enough what Shahzad is looking for.
No, so while that suits the BJP, how does that suit the political calculation of Ajit Pawar? He's made this gambit as well. At some level, it has to work for him. Otherwise, this whole move backfires.
Yeah, of course, there are reservations among the BJP voters on this alliance as well. Not everything is pink and healthy.
So let me come to that question. One more
question.
Yes. Everybody wants to speak longer than we have time for today. So let me come to the next question. This is the BJP right or wrong in taking Ajit Pawar into its camp? So here is the response to this question. Only 31% of the total respondents in this C-voter survey said that the BJP is right. 58%, 6 out of 10 total respondents said no, the BJP is wrong in taking Ajit Pawar to its camp. Amongst BJP voters, the opinion is more split. 47% saying BJP is right, 43% saying it's wrong. But as far as the overall court of public opinion in Maharashtra is concerned, 58% saying that this is wrong. Shahzad, 30 seconds to respond to this. 6 out of 10 respondents saying what you've done is wrong.
You know, I think that, first of all, he has not
He doesn't like this poll. He's
It's not about that. It is because it's conveniently changes its principles. You were, a few months ago, the MOTN, based on arithmetic of MVA, which had no chemistry on any ideological issue, you were telling them full sweep of Maharashtra. At that time, what was it? Chemistry.
Sir, a poll is a poll. No? It's not coming out of my pocket.
1 second, Rahul, now you have to let me complete my argument. Because without that, Janta can't understand. You just said that on the ground, chemistry matters, arithmetic doesn't matter. Just few months ago, you were doing an entire survey only on arithmetic of 3 people who never been together, coming together and sweeping Maharashtra. How come your principles keep changing according to your convenience? And then you say it's our poll. So the poll is saying this. This kind of double standard should not be there, first of all. Second.
No, 1 second. These are not double standards. These are statistical respondents based on data analytics in the poll that's been put out. This is what respondents in
Rahul,
that survey are saying.
Rahul, one
this
second.
is what
Rahul,
respondents in the survey are saying.
Rahul, my dear friend,
Yes.
you just said that just because the BJP, NCP and Shiv Sena come together...
But that's not in the poll. That's my analysis based on the question.
Exactly.
So let's separate the poll from the analysis.
You gave the analysis on air.
Yeah.
You said that this kind of chemistry it will work, arithmetic can't work. Yet your survey of mood of the nation on the basis of this arithmetic coming together of MBA gave them a full sweep in Maharashtra just a few months ago. How is that possible?
No, 1 second.
Then why didn't you put this caveat then?
In a filmy kind of way, Yashwant Deshmukh, Shehzad Poonawala saying, Aapki chemistry, meri arithmetic chemistry nahi. How does it work? You know, it can't work in this way.
Thank you for addressing this issue.
Yeah. You must respond to it.
Shehzad understands the number very well. There are more reasons for him to be happy at these numbers, simply because he knows that those 43% of the BJP supporters who are saying it is wrong still are going to vote for the BJP. It's not that they are going to leave the BJP at any cost. What the number which I am looking somehow very interesting, Rahul, are two figures. Number one, that about 25 to 33% of the NCP voters are somehow, approving of whatsoever is happening. That is the number one, which is important for me. Second thing, half the Maharashtra is still confused if it is the handiwork of Sharad Pawar. That's a very critical piece of information, Rahul. Not about the Shiv Sena and the BJP voters, even 1/3 of the Congress and 1/3 of the NCP voters
say
are confused.
No, 36% say Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar is behind Ajit Pawar, but 49% say half. That's 1/3.
The question whether it is with approval of Mr. Sharad Pawar, 49% are saying no, 51% are not very sure whether he has his hand in that. So what I'm simply trying to say
can I say something here, please?
Yes, Priyanka is itching to get a word in. Let's give her a chance.
Sharad Pawar
Okay.
Are likely to give that.
So before Mr. Yashwant Deshmukh cast aspersion on Sharad Pawar ji and whether Sharad Pawar is a part of this decision or no, I would want to know, is Narendra Modi ji a part of this decision of taking NCP along a part of this decision making or no? Because there's no tweet that has come from him. And secondly, just 48 hours prior to this entire cabinet expansion that happened on a Sunday afternoon, it was a party which was called a naturally corrupt alliance, which has a corruption as part of its DNA, which continues to do corruption and has done corruption worth 70,000 crores. So before you cast aspersions on what Sharad Pawar ji is doing, I think maybe you should actually ask questions of the Prime Minister of India whether what he said
Shehzad, you want to
48
respond to that?
hours
Is the
prior
Prime
to this
Minister on
expansion
board?
correct, or whether
Is the Prime
it is
Minister
what
on board
is
with
happening
this
right
alliance?
now is correct? No, just a second point I'd like to make to Mr. Yashwant Deshmukh himself. Mr. Yashwant Deshmukh said, BJP just needs 1/4 of NCP. Maybe BJP needs arithmetically 1/4 of NCP. But anti-defection law works on its own. It is a law which the Supreme Court will look at. Will not look at what numbers that BJP is looking for. It will look at
is the Prime Minister on board?
says with regards to anti-defection law. And I want to ask
this is crazy. Everyone's spoken. Just 20 seconds to Shehzad. And then we've got spokespersons from both sides of the NCP also with us on the show. I need to go to them as well. Very quickly.
29 September 2016, glad that Kapil Sharma has chosen to expose the rampant corruption that prevails in BJP, Shiv Sena, misgoverned BMC, Priyanka Chaturvedi. So I am assuming that the BMC, which is run by the Shiv Sena, by Uddhav Sena, is a corrupt one. She deleted the tweet later, but nonetheless, I'll spare her the embarrassment.
Come to 2023 and see the corruption that's happening now.
Madam Parliamentarian should tell us that did the 70,000 crore ghotala take place under the Congress NCP government? Did she agree with that?
Okay, I have a lot of data to cover. I'll get sidetracked like this. Rajdeep, you want to make a quick point?
Before I go, just to say to our viewers, and therefore sometimes data can be misleading. The only reason for it being Maharashtra's map is such that votes are concentrated. The battle in Vidarbha, for example, is Congress versus BJP. The battle in Western Maharashtra has been NCP versus BJP. The battle in Konkan has been Shiv Sena versus Congress. The battle in Marathwada is a very different battle again. So, unless there is a direct vote transfer from one of the sides that has broken away to the other, it's not going to be easy to read Maharashtra, which is why I said don't get obsessed with arithmetic. What the BJP has succeeded in doing is even the arithmetic which seemed to be heavily weighted towards the Mahagathbandhan till a month ago. Now you've got two factions away. Therefore, as I said, you've got two even players in terms of arithmetic. It will be chemistry that will decide. Will a Shiv Sena voter vote for a Congress candidate in Konkan or Mumbai? Will an NCP voter vote for a BJP candidate in Western Maharashtra? And how will you distribute seats?
I think
these are the real challenges.
Will a Uddhav voter vote for Congress party?
That's what I asked.
Yes.
Did you hear me what I said?
I am saying that.
I said that.
But that question should have been asked when you did the first Mood of the Nation survey.
I think Uttar Pradesh 2019 shows that just coming together by itself is not enough. You need to ensure that there is chemistry between SP and BSP for votes to transfer from one to another. That is very important. Mahesh Tapse is a spokesperson of the Sharad Pawar camp of the NCP. Brij Mohan Srivastav is a spokesperson of the Ajit Pawar camp of the NCP. We haven't had an opportunity to go to Mahesh Tapse till now, and for that my apologies. But you've had good data. The data says public sympathy is with Sharad Pawar. The flip side to this is Rajdeep's contention that this may be the case now. Bhagwan jane ki ye March April tak rahega ki nahi.
Well, good evening all panelists and all viewers. I thank you for this survey, and let me tell you,
No, you don't have to thank us for the survey. We are just doing our job, sir.
Well, like Sahil just mentioned that he was on tour to Nasik along with the entourage of Pawar Saab, and he saw the overwhelming response that Pawar Saab was getting across the road. We were there in Thane and on road to Nasik. And let me tell you, see, the leaders may have been weaned away by the BJP, but the electorate is intact, the cadre is intact, the youth is intact, the Mahila is intact. So are the voters who have been traditionally voting for Pawar Saab for his policies, for his policy of inclusiveness. And that is the reason we are very confident that Pawar Saab will sail through this. This is a momentary crisis. See, now if you just go to Yashwantrao Chavan Center, today there is a crowd of almost 500-700 people. People from across districts, across talukas are coming with new leadership. They are projecting themselves as the future MLAs, future Jilla Parishad members, future Panchayat Samiti members, future mayors and councillors of the city corporation. So that's how new leadership has started coming in.
So Braj Mohan Srivastav is the National Secretary of the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, and what this C-voter data suggests is that 65.7% of the overall respondents and 79.3% of NCP voters think शरद पवार असली एनसीपी हैं. आप हैं अजीत पवार के साथ. डेटा तो बता रहा है कि एनसीपी के वोटर्स हैं शरद पवार के साथ, अजीत पवार के साथ नहीं है सर. वो कहीं आप गलत नाव में तो नहीं सवार हो गए?
देखिए, मैं इस मामले में ये बात कहना चाहता हूं कि क्योंकि आदरणीय शरद पवार जी इस पार्टी के जन्मदाता हैं, तो आज अभी लोगों तक क्योंकि पूरी बात नहीं पहुंची है, तो ऐसा लगता है जैसे कि एक कोई अलग पार्टी बनाई गई. मैं आपको स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी वही है. राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी का आज का जो नेतृत्व है वो आदरणीय अजीत पवार साहब के साथ काम कर रहा है. इतनी सी बात है. मैं सोचता हूं ये आने वाले दिनों में जब ये स्थिति स्पष्ट होगी, सारी बातें जब लोगों के सामने आएंगी, तो जो चीज अभी चल रही है कहीं ना कहीं वो स्पष्ट जब होगी, तो शायद ये जो आंकड़े अभी सर्वे के हैं वो बदल जाएंगे.
पर ब्रजमोहन जी, जब ये सवाल पूछा गया कि क्या शरद पवार 83 की उम्र में पार्टी को रिवाइव कर पाएंगे, तब 56.9% रिस्पोंडेंट्स ने कहा, 56.9% रिस्पोंडेंट्स ने कहा कि शरद पवार रिवाइव कर पाएंगे. और एनसीपी के वोटर्स के बीच में 76.4% रिस्पोंडेंट्स ने कहा कि शरद पवार एनसीपी को रिवाइव कर पाएंगे. उनको लग नहीं, एनसीपी के वोटर्स को लग रहा है कि शरद पवार में उम्र के बावजूद ज्यादा दम है जब आप तुलना करते हैं अजीत पवार से.
देखिए कि मैं इस मुद्दे पे आदरणीय शरद पवार जी का जो व्यक्तित्व है वो सबों को मालूम है. मैं उस पर कोई बात नहीं कहना चाहता हूं, लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जो वर्तमान राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी का नेतृत्व है अजीत दादा पवार और प्रफुल्ल भाई पटेल के नेतृत्व में, हम लोग भी जनता के बीच में जब अपनी बात को रखेंगे स्पष्ट तरीके से, तो लोगों को हकीकत पता लगेगी. और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी का बैनर और जो सिंबल है उसके आधार पर हम जनता के बीच में जाकर अपनी बात को कह पाएंगे. और जो अभी सर्वे का आंकड़ा जो बता रहा है, इसमें कुछ ना कुछ परिवर्तन निश्चित रूप से आए.
पर सर, अलायंस में केमिस्ट्री बिठाने में भी तो दिक्कत आ रही. कल रात भर शिंदे सेना के विधायक चीफ मिनिस्टर से बात कर रहे थे, चीफ मिनिस्टर को ठंडा करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे. पोर्टफोलियो अब तक बट नहीं पाए। अजीत पवार फाइनेंस चाहते हैं, शिंदे सेना के एमएलएस को लग रहा है अगर फाइनेंस मिल गया तो हमें कोई रिसोर्स एलोकेशन नहीं होगा। तो आप तो अभी फील्ड प्लेसमेंट भी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं ना। आप कप्तान तो आपने अनाउंस कर दिया, लेकिन आप फील्ड प्लेसमेंट ही सेट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं अभी तक।
नहीं, अभी ये मैच अभी शुरू ही कहाँ हुआ है, ये तो अभी बिल्कुल शुरुआत है। अभी तो ये कहिए कि एक फील्ड में अभी तो पोजीशनिंग ली जा रही है, अभी टाइम लगेगा इसमें। बहुत जल्दी किसी प्रकार इसका कोई निर्णय लेना या कोई बहुत जल्दी प्रेडिक्शन करना शायद ठीक नहीं होगा। और शुरुआत में इस ढंग की इस ढंग के मुद्दे सामने आते हैं, पर चूंकि लीडरशिप बहुत मैच्योर है, चाहे वो आदरणीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब हो, अजीत दादा पवार हो, चाहे एकनाथ शिंदे साहब हो, ये बहुत मेच्योर पॉलिटिशियंस है, तो बैठ के इसका रास्ता निकल आएगा। मैं नहीं समझता कि
क्योंकि आप क्रिकेट का एग्जांपल दे रहे हैं, कैन आई जस्ट से इट सीम्स लाइक each player wants to stand on his own chosen position in the field. They're not necessarily listening to the captain. They've said मुझे स्लिप पे खड़ा होना है, मुझे कवर में खड़ा होना है, वो वही जाके खड़े हो रहे हैं। कैप्टन बोल रहा है आप यहाँ जाओ, वहाँ पे जाने को कोई तैयार नहीं।
Why you're completely wrong on this analysis? Let me just have 30 seconds. Rahul, just 30 seconds.
Yes.
In 2014, the NCP came to its lowest tally of 41 seats. At that time, the Shiv Sena did not support us. They were outside for 6 months. Sharad Pawar had supported us and our government was formed, and he had said it was in the interest of Maharashtra. Then 2017, they tried to form the government with us by saying take Shiv Sena out, and this was all Sharad Pawar's doing. And by 2019, because they seemed to be closer to us, they got 53 seats. Let's not underestimate the fact that the NCP coming closer to the BJP has actually been their natural tendency.
Okay.
So it is not actually going
what could change? Yashwant Deshmukh, between now and March, April, how could things change? What would you be looking out for when you do the Mood of the Nation in August for India Today?
I think, Rahul, the biggest change would be the chemistry equations, as Shahzad was mentioning, on the ticket distribution and other things, because I see two different trends from the data. Congress voters are very much likely to vote for Uddhav Thackeray candidate to defeat BJP. They don't have any issue. NCP voters, like Rajdeep said, they don't have ideological problem. They will be more than happy, more or less, to vote for the BJP candidate. What I see a problem is clear chemistry problem on two voters. Number one, Shiv Sena voters are absolutely, I believe, unlikely to vote for a Congress candidate. And similarly, BJP voters are unlikely to vote for an NCP candidate. However, the problem for MPA would be bigger because number of seats that Congress would be contesting would be much bigger than the number of seats that NCP would be contesting within the NDA. So, out and out in chemistry, this is going to have big problem for
Sahil,
NDA
20 seconds. Will they be able to form their cabinet, allocate portfolios, or do you think this will stay stuck in the way that it has? Is that getting resolved or not?
Well, it will need to be resolved because Ajit Pawar now is in Delhi and he is going to sort it out with the BJP top brass, and they will have to sort it out to at least present to the people that, you know, we are naturally together. Most importantly, there is a lot of time left yet, you know, at least a year left for the Lok Sabha elections. My analysis is that, you know, it all depends on the public perception. If they perceive that Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray have come together and there is no option other than the Congress to vote for, then it will be a different situation. But on the other hand, the way Devendra Fadnavis told his MLAs the day when, you know, in Mumbai they had a meeting, and he explained his MLAs that why Ajit Pawar had to be part of this Mahayuti, part of the NDA, despite being ideologically different, is because the Lok Sabha elections are closer and we have to get more than 40 seats in Maharashtra. If they could manage to explain that to the BJP voters, then that vote transformation should happen.
But there's a difference in explaining that to the BJP MLAs and ministers and trying to explain that to the voters, where it's a tougher ask. But you're right that there is a year to go, and therefore you have the opportunity to take your message out to the people and try and win their support. For the time being, I want to thank our guests for joining us. We'll slip into a quick break. When we come back, horrific double murder shocks Bengaluru. Former employee kills managing director of a tech startup. Details coming up on the other side.
monsoon deluge and floods have turned the spotlight once again on auto insurance, with the general public in anguish over their vehicles going under and in some cases even being washed away by floods. While motor insurance generally covers damage caused to vehicles due to natural disasters, there are certain exclusions and limitations which may apply. Joining us, Money Today editor Tina Jain Kaushal to explain the fine print. Tina, what expenses are not covered by motor insurance policies in the event of vehicle damage during monsoon season?
It is important to note that a comprehensive motor insurance policy is needed to protect your vehicle from any damage during flooding. A comprehensive motor insurance policy consists of own damage plus third-party liability cover. So if you have only third-party liability cover, your policy might not be enough to cover any damage caused to engine or any damage caused due to floods.
And how does one ensure comprehensive coverage of vehicles during the monsoon season?
Another important point is to have adequate add-on covers. For example, you should have engine protection cover. The advantage of this cover is that if your engine gets damaged due to water seepage during flood, this add-on cover will provide you adequate insurance cover. The second important point to be noted is you should have zero depreciation policy, as it pays you the entire claim amount without any deduction. So if you take into consideration these factors, your car will be insured against damages in the monsoon season.
You're on board the news track. A managing director and a chief executive of a tech startup were stabbed to death by an ex-employee. The accused attacked them with swords and knives. Police say the former employee held a grudge against his bosses and so he murdered them.
This man, with a bone and skull in hand, is Joker Felix, a man who is now behind bars for a gruesome double murder in Bengaluru. He stabbed two men to death mercilessly in their office, all over a petty professional rivalry. This is a tale of two rival companies, turning into a tale of two murders. The victims, Phanindra Subramania and Vinu Kumar, the MD and CEO of their company Aeronix, went to work on Tuesday and never came home. According to the cops, at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, Joker Felix and two of his aides entered the Aeronix office and entered the MD Phanindra's room. They then attacked him, with Felix slashing him with a sword. Seeing the shocking crime, the CEO Vinu Kumar intervened but was then attacked with a knife that the accused were carrying with them. The three then escaped from the back door. What was the reason for this merciless display of violence? Murder by knife is personal. They wanted this to hurt. According to police, Joker Felix previously worked with murder victims Phanindra and Vinu. The victims left and started their own organization and reportedly took most of the customers and employees with them, angering Felix. Joker Felix and accomplices Vinay Reddy and Santosh Srinivasa are now in police custody. Pride, vengeance and professional rivalry cost these two men their lives. And the actions of this rather unstable internet influencer has landed him behind bars. With Anaga Keshav, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
Chandrayaan 3 is all set to be launched from Sriharikota at 2:35 p.m. on Friday, 14th of July. And with that, India will become the fourth country to join the Ivy League of Moon Explorers. Chandrayaan 3 is largely a replica of its predecessor, Chandrayaan 2. It was launched in July 2019 in the form of an orbiter and a lander Vikram bearing a rover Pragyan. Vikram entered into orbit around the moon, but the surface mission failed in September 2019. The lander Pragyan crashed instead of executing a slow descent. ISRO later identified a problem in the guidance software and an unexpected dispersion in the propulsion system during certain phases of the descent. This time, Chandrayaan 3 rocket will place the payload in an elliptical orbit around the Earth, where a propulsion module will take over and pilot the lander to a circular orbit around the Moon. Finally, around 23rd and 24th August, the lander will detach and begin a series of maneuvers, culminating in a gradual landing over the surface of the Moon.
Instead of success-based design in Chandrayaan 2, we are doing a failure-based design in Chandrayaan 3. What all can fail and how to protect it.
To ensure success chances, at this stage, ISRO has strengthened the lander's legs, lowered its minimum thrust, enhanced the availability of power, and upgraded the landing sequence. This will be India's second attempt to soft land a lander and rover on the lunar surface and demonstrate end-to-end capacity in the relevant technologies. Soft landing on the moon is a complicated exercise and possibility of failure exists. But for the time being, ISRO is hopeful for a success like its first moon mission. Bureau Report, India Today.
Stock of the day clearly on the Nifty at least is Reliance Industries. The shares are up over 4% today. They've hit 52-week high levels. Now this is as a reaction as the company has announced its fixing of the record date for the demerger of the financial services arm. Now as part of the plan, the Reliance Industries shareholders will get 1 share of Jio Financial for every 1 share that they hold of Reliance Industries. I wanted to ask you, what are you making of this Jio Financial Services business? How will it really play out, and what kind of value unlocking can it really lead to for the Reliance Industries shareholders?
So I believe that there will be concentrated approach to the Geo financial business because it is no more part of the the Reliance entire conglomerate, and being listed separately, I think it will provide another stock in the financial services to the investors at large who have not been holders of Reliance, and that to my mind is expected to drive the outperformance of the stock. We expect the stock to do very well and consolidate gains as it goes ahead.
Right, you did say that the stock is expected to do well. Now remember, the stock is already up about 24% from its lowest level this year. That was hit on March 24th of around 2200 and thereabout, and from that time a 24% surge already. How much more upside do you see on the Reliance Industries stock?
See, look at it this way. We've seen dearth of information coming from the Reliance tables on any corporate action. And with this is the first where Geo Financial Services is being, spawned out into a new baby. We will see multiple new disclosures coming in. So, Reliance Retail is there. The Geo IPO can come in. And, we could also see a lot of news flow on the green energy side. So I believe that the corporate actions will pick up frequency now, and that is expected to keep the stock firm and seek higher levels.
3,000, 3,100 levels. By when do you see Reliance Industries achieving these kind of levels?
So it could take a little more time than we expect, but difficult to put a finger on that. But I definitely think that it could happen by March itself.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 23 degrees.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-powered by Watcho OTT Super App, one hai to done hai. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by Serra, this is your space, play it your way.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news. Newsmakers, talking points, the big talking point. We'll be bringing you the data on the oft-spoken about crime politics nexus in the country. Just how many of our legislators have serious criminal records? And how do you free politics from crime? We'll talk about that. Also, we'll have a showdown over the Jain monk's murder in Karnataka. Why is politics being played out over a crime? But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9 to 9. National capital on flood alert as Yamuna water level breaches all-time high for the first time in 45 years. Chief Minister Kejriwal holds an emergency meeting in Delhi. Section 144 imposed in flood-prone areas as mass evacuation begins. The BJP deploys a fact-finding team in Bengal amidst panchayat poll violence, targets the Bengal Chief Minister over deaths. Mamata Banerjee hits back, blames the BJP for engineering violence as part, she says, of a conspiracy. India Today accesses Electoral Watchdog Association for Democratic Reforms report on crime politician nexus. Report finds that over 44% MLAs in India have a criminal case lodged against them, 28% serious criminal charges. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai leads a protest over the Jain seer's murder, claims failing law and order situation under Siddaramaiah government. BJP demands a CBI probe. Congress says CBI playing politics with the monk's death. CEO and MD of Bengaluru startup tech firm hacked to death. Double murder accused Sabarish, also known as Joker Felix, arrested. Employees killed over a professional rivalry. 4 railways employees suspended for not being alert to prevent the Balasore train tragedy. This after CBI earlier arrested 3 railway employees over alleged negligence. Paris gears up for Prime Minister Modi's visit. Mega defense deals on the cards. Indian tri-service contingent readies to march during Bastille Day parade. India's retail inflation jumps to a 3-month high of 4.81% in June. Industrial production growth rose to 5.2% in May, up from 4.2% in April. One of the biggest names in European literature, Milan Kundera, has died in Paris at the age of 94, best known for his 84 novel, The Unbearable Lightness of Being. But to the big story that's breaking this evening, the national capital region in and around Delhi now facing a major threat of floods, with the Yamuna water levels breaching the dangerous mark and at their highest level after 45 years, an all-time high. The previous highest was way back in 1978. The Delhi Chief Minister has now chaired an emergency meeting and has appealed for people to vacate low-lying areas. Section 144 has been imposed in Delhi's flood-prone area. So the big story is coming from Delhi. My colleague Maushmi Singh is right there tracking that mass evacuation that's taking place. Maushmi, how many people are being evacuated? How serious is the situation?
Right, Rajdeep, even in the dark of the night, you can see that we are here at Nursery Pushta, which is in the middle of Mayur Vihar, and this is the rescue operations that are on in full swing at the NDRF, the local administration right here, and people are, stranded in hundreds, we are told. Since morning, the rescue operations have been on. The levels of water that you see, there was no water here till the afternoon. It started to, climb up, and now till this stretch, you can see that the water levels have gone really up, and with the past 42-year-old record being broken, the next 24 hours, we are told, is going to be very crucial. The weather forecast doesn't look really good, and that's why, we've seen that the Delhi government, in the leadership of Arvind Kejriwal, called a emergency meeting, and I do believe, I checked with the NDRF officials, these rescue measures will continue. Many of these personnels have been working throughout the day in the heat, getting 20 passengers at one point of time. It's not an easy ask, and these are several points across the 25-kilometer stretch of Yamuna. So we will have to wait and see what the water levels are, but the predictions don't look really good, and with the 207.89 mark already reached, the banks of Yamuna have been evacuated.
Those are scenes that are coming in at the moment. Maushmi Singh reporting there on the rescue efforts taking place along the banks of the Yamuna. Appreciate your joining us on the moment. Remember, incessant rains, flash floods, landslides have ravaged large parts of North India, particularly the state of Himachal Pradesh. Several locals, tourists still stranded amidst the massive damage to roads and infrastructure. India Today's Preeti Choudhry now brings you the plight of the citizens who are caught in the floods. It's our other ground report tonight.
After the deluge comes the challenge of providing relief. Hundreds stranded and suffering are now gearing up for an arduous journey to a safe space. With more than 1,200 roads out of service, the magnitude of the task ahead is evident.
So that's part of the hotel that has been completely swept away en route from Kullu to Manali. If you see right there, that is where the road had caved in, right there at the end. And from there on, if you can see everybody, a steady stream of those wanting to go back home or reach medical emergency situations as well. We did see one girl a terrible stomachache, and there's no way, because Manali, the whole infrastructure has apparently collapsed. They have to bring anyone who's sick to Kullu, and there's just no way of getting there, because at this side is where the road is caved in. The administration says that side is, they've been able to open out a road, but that's witnessing traffic jams of over 11 hours straight up.
Wading through flooded waters, stung by a snake and with a drip attached, a woman was spotted trying to make her way to a nearby hospital.
मतलब ये है कि पतली पुल में पुल तक आ सकते हैं आप, वो ब्रिज बंद है, ब्रिज के बाद आप या तो आप चढ़ के आओ या तो फिर आप पार ही रहो। हाँ, लेफ्ट बैंक से रोड ब्लॉक है, फिर आ नहीं सकते उधर को भी।
A pregnant woman displaced by her unprecedented floods was forced to walk till the nearest hospital in order to receive medical care. Desperate father carries his sick daughter on his shoulder, wading for hours through the floodwaters to reach the nearest hospital.
तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, तबीयत नहीं ठीक है, क्या हुआ?
Many villages washed away, many others cut off totally. People in need of medical care are struggling to get relief. A return to normal life is a long road ahead. With Preeti Choudhry in Manali, Bureau Report, India Today.
Thoughts and prayers with the people of Himachal Pradesh and those along the Yamuna River here in the national capital. Let's turn from there to our exclusive report today. India Today has accessed the latest study by the Association for Democratic Reforms that once again throws light on the crime politics nexus in the country. According to the ADR study, 1,777 of the 4,001 sitting MLAs in the country, or 44% of our MLAs, have criminal cases against them. Now, the serious view is that 28% are booked in serious criminal cases, which carry 5 or more years in jail as punishment. Let me repeat that. 28% of our MLAs are booked in cases which carry 5 or more years in jail as punishment. 47 MLAs in the country at the moment are booked for murder cases. 181 face attempt to murder cases. 14 MLAs face rape cases. And 114 of our MLAs, my friends, have been booked for crime against women. 337 of them are BJP, the largest MLA group, which is 25% of their total number, are booked in cases with 5 or more years in jail. The Congress's 194 MLAs, or 26%, so higher than the BJP in percentage terms, of their MLAs are booked in cases with 5 or more years in jail. 42 to 76% MLAs in varying numbers of DMK, TMC, AAP, YSRCP, SP, BRS, RJD, CPM, BJD are booked in criminal cases. Different proportions depending on those parties, but a large number of the MLAs from these parties too. 32 to 43% MLAs of DMK, TMC, AAP, YSRCP, SP, BRS, RJD, CPM, BJD face serious criminal cases. So that's above the average with 5 years jail terms. 43% of our Lok Sabha MPs, my friends, have criminal cases against them as per the ADR report. Lok Sabha MPs with criminal cases, serious ones, are up from 22% in 2004 to now 43%. Sorry, those with criminal cases are up from 22% in 2002 to 43%. Candidates with criminal backgrounds, listen to this carefully, have 15% more chance of winning than candidates with clean records. Candidates with clean records have just a 4.7% chance of winning in this country. It clearly shows that little has changed. In fact, it's got worse. I repeat that main number, 28% of all MLAs in this country are facing criminal cases, serious ones that could lead to jail terms of 5 years and more, murder and rape along them. I want to raise the question tonight. Why is our politics highly criminalized? Why is it getting worse? How does one break this nexus? Will tougher laws do, or is that not enough? I'm joined by Jagdeep Chokar, one of the founding members of ADR, the group that is bringing out this report in a couple of days, which we've just accessed. Dr. S.Y. Qureshi is former Chief Election Commissioner. Syed Zafar Islam, BJP spokesperson. And Madhu Yakshagaud, the Congress's spokesperson. Appreciate all of you joining us. Jagdeep Chokar, give us a sense of what this report tells you. Have things got worse? 28% of our MLAs have serious criminal cases against them. 43% of our Lok Sabha MPs have criminal cases against them.
Yes, Rajdeep, things have indeed got worse. We have been tracking this data for the last 20 plus years. And as you said, in 2004, there were 22% members of the Lok Sabha who had self-declared criminal cases against them. This number has gone up to 43% in 2019. There have been a consistent increase in this number. The only advantage of our tracking this number is we continue to know every 4 or 5 years how bad are we. There has been no impact because political parties believe that giving tickets to candidates who are winnable candidates. The primary factor in giving tickets is winnability. Whether that winnability is achieved on the basis of money or muscle or crime, it doesn't really matter. The factor of working for the people of the constituency is perhaps the last one to be considered. It is the desire for political parties to win more and more seats at any cost, and the lack of internal democracy in political parties.
When you say, when your survey says candidates with clean record have only a 4.7% chance of winning, candidates with criminal records have a 15% higher chance, or are they more likely to win compared to a candidate with clean record? Am I correct?
They have a higher chance because they spend money like water, and illegal money, unaccounted money is spent on elections, and the limits fixed by the government through the Election Commission are an eyewash. Nobody bothers about them. All kinds of things happen which are under the radar, although everybody knows about it. The amount of cash seized by the Election Commission increases in every election. And unless either we make a law, that a person with a serious criminal charge in which charges have been framed and the case has been registered 1 year before voting, etc., unless we bar candidates with serious criminal cases from contesting, or we introduce internal democracy in political parties, or both, this is the only way to control this. But unfortunately, I do not see political parties agreeing to this, at least in my lifetime.
Let me ask the former Chief Election Commissioner then, Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, whether the Election Commission can step in. It seems as a citizen that the Election Commission, sir, is powerless. I've been tracking this like ADR for years. It's getting worse. The Election Commission claims that they have managed to ensure that the muscle power or booth capturing, which used to exist in the 80s, in particular in states like Bihar, has ended. We've seen violence in Bengal, but money power and criminality. These are people with murder and rape charges, which can have conviction more than 5 years. Some of them, when we call them up, say, look, these are being fixed by our political rivals. But be that as it may, should the Election Commission, is the Election Commission powerless to stop this? Is it, as Mr. Chokar says, all about internal democracy? Parties have to stop choosing such candidates, and we, the voters, have to stop electing them.
Well, Rajdeep, Election Commission's role has been very limited. In fact, Election Commission has been joining voice with Mr. Jagdeep Chokar for the last so many years. We want to stop criminalization, but it is not in our hands. They have to be debarred from contesting legally, and which has been the demand of ADR and which has been the demand of Election Commission of India also. And Election Commission had come up with a formulation because the defense of the political parties was that the law of the land presumes that you are innocent till convicted. Now, fair enough. So, but Election Commission had this formulation that only heinous offences, because another defence parties used to make was that sometimes false political cases are registered. So our response was that only heinous offences which carry imprisonment of 5 years, that should be considered. Secondly, the case should have been registered at least a year in advance, a year before the election. And thirdly, which is most important, a court of law should have framed the charges. Now, law court, which in this case, heinous offences will be not less than district and session court, which and if they frame the charges, they are a neutral authority, so that should be accepted and they should be debarred. But again, the presumption of innocence is again repeated. I have a counter question which I have asked repeatedly in the presence of judges and juries and experts, but nobody has been able to answer this. And I'll repeat that question to you, that there are 4 lakh prisoners in Indian jails today, of which 70% are under trial. That means not yet convicted. That means they're innocent. Yet, you have taken away 4 of their fundamental rights. 4 fundamental rights: right to liberty, freedom of movement, freedom of occupation, and right to dignity. If you can take away fundamental right within the ambit of law, which you always quote, right to contest is not even a constitutional right. It's not a fundamental right, it's a statutory right. It can surely be suspended. So that is one thing. Secondly, you mentioned the winnability thing. We need to see why is it that they win, because voters who have to live with that candidate after the election commission comes and goes, then they have to live in the same constituency and they are scared. So, which is why
But I want to get this right. Yeah. Are you saying that if the offence, at the moment you have to wait for a conviction? As we've seen with Rahul Gandhi, he's got disqualified for criminal defamation because the conviction sentences him to 2 years. Are you saying that the moment prima facie charges are established of a serious nature, especially rape and murder, that candidate must be immediately disqualified? He cannot contest, suspended if a charge sheet is filed, am I correct? Pending conviction?
Yeah. Yeah, our stand is that debarring candidates from contesting, and which we say that only on conviction for heinous offences, 5 years or more. Less than that, we take it as political vendetta and others that we are not even considering. And as Professor Choker pointed out, almost 80% cases are serious criminal offences which carry more than 5 years. So, by the way, Supreme Court in 2014 took an alternative route, which is also a good route to take, at least expeditious disposal of cases pending against the politicians. And they asked all the courts in the country that they should take up these cases on priority and decide within a year. And in case they are not able to do so, they should report to the Chief Justice. Okay, but now we would like to know what has been the follow-up. I don't think it has been followed up very effectively.
Okay, but what you are saying is immediately if charges of a serious nature are confirmed prima facie in a charge sheet, suspend that person's right to contest. Do you agree with that, Syed Zafar Islam? The fact is both BJP and Congress, this is one debate where both of you are deeply neck deep in giving tickets to people who have these serious criminal charges. 24% of the BJP's MLAs, 26% of the Congress's MLAs. Is the BJP willing to accept what Dr. Qureshi says? Moment charges of a serious nature, murder, rape, that you will suspend the right to contest of that individual or ask him to give up his MLA seat? Is any party willing to do that in this country?
Rajdeep, let me respond to you. First of all, it's a very peculiar situation. You have a situation where political parties and have issues to deal with when you have a team which is working on the ground. They have recommended a particular name because his popularity is there, viability criteria is there, and of course you have to declare some pending cases against the person, but is not convicted. Law of the land, as Mr. Qureshi and Jagdish Kochar has all rightly said, that till one is convicted, you cannot debar him from contesting. Society as a whole is also responsible. Political parties are also responsible. But everyone is responsible. You can't hold one only political party responsible for this. If society wants to clean up this issue, they can ensure that they will not vote for such person who has a criminal background.
Sir,
Because
don't put it
society
on us. Sir, don't blame us, the voters. I am asking you simply. Sir, don't blame us, the voters. If there is a charge sheet in a rape case, if I am charged of rape or I am charged of murder.
Every time you... I have heard your question. Have some patience. Na? Why you are jumping unnecessarily? When I am responding to you, I am coming to that. Allow me to complete. I have heard your question. All I'm trying to tell you that it is not only political party which is responsible. Society also has to be sensitive about it. That people who have some criminal background, because political party alone cannot, under no circumstances, will be able to address this concern alone. The society has to demonstrate its weight towards it and ensure that this is being addressed by the political parties. Also, as Mr. Qureshi has rightly pointed out, that the best solution is that there should be a separate court, or there should be some arrangement, as Supreme Court has suggested, that this should be expedited. All the pending cases against the
So
politicians
you're at least accepting that recommendation that there should be these cases fast-tracked within a year. You decide. Madhu Yakshagaud, what is the Congress's position on that? The fact is, I'm now talking of serious cases. You have your own leader who's been disqualified for criminal defamation. But imagine we still have MLAs with murder charges, rape charges who continue to be MLAs and MPs in this country because they are not convicted.
Yes, Rajdeep. As Mr. Qureshi has mentioned, the law which is very clear, until you proven guilty, you are innocent. Supreme Court has initiated these cases to be disposed of on politicians within a year. What I'm trying to say here, I think I read once the M.V. Kamath has written, the people get what they deserve it. It's a people's responsibility. Ours is in a developing democracy. Rajdeep, when I was living in US, I've seen that when a Democratic Party president, a sitting senator, withdrawn from the contest when he was not declared, were 2 watches which is received. So that kind of a transparency has to be there, and people also have to be like, I appreciate the ADR.
No, sir, don't blame the voters, sir. Please don't blame the voters.
Expose the people, politicians with a criminal record. No, what I'm trying to say, please allow me a minute, after half a minute I answer.
Yeah, please go ahead.
It is, we appreciate the ADR educating the people or exposing the politicians with a criminal record. Congress has a track record taking action on whether it is cabinet minister or chief minister when the corruption's leveled against them. They removed from the post until the investigation going on. Whereas BJP came to power and it is shown as if like kahunga, kane bhi deunga, और वो भी वेद रूप से कानून की दरिये में रखकर खाऊंगा. So which BJP promised a transparency government and a clean government, which their money is playing a very key role in the politics. And BJP enmasked and legalized the corruption by collecting the huge funds in the name of electoral bonds and bringing change to the amendment to the People Representation Act and also to the Company Act, where the political parties doesn't have to declare where the funds received, and also.
So you're saying criminality. Let's not make it Congress versus BJP, sir. This is one issue which let us please make it bipartisan. It is not as if this is only a BJP problem. My limited point is you are linking it, and that's a good point. You are linking it to money. You are saying because money is so critical to get elected, therefore, those who may have access to resources which may not have been gainfully earned, which may have been the product of criminality, get an advantage. Am I correct?
Correct. Yes, okay. You are right. Being contested 4 elections, I'm telling with my experience, Rajdeep.
Yeah, and you're from Telangana, a state where cash, many believe, rule. I want to ask you, Mr. Chokar, your survey is also showing 30% of those with assets of 5 crores or more get elected, and only 8% of those with assets of 2 crores or less get elected. Is there therefore the link between cash, crime and politics? That's what it's coming down to. It's winnability and it's the cash, crime, politics nexus, Professor Chokar.
This cash, crime, politics nexus is well established all over the country. Let me add 3 issues on the basis of what people have said. Number one, the fast track courts have got nowhere. Since 2014, this has been going on, but in the last 9 years, we have not achieved anything on it. Number two, so far as the question of people voting them in and society being responsible, we have also done analysis of what we call red alert constituencies, where 3 or more candidates in a constituency have criminal records against them. And in most cases, regardless of the total number of candidates, the candidates who have a reasonable chance of getting elected are not more than 2 or 3. If all those 2 or 3 have criminal cases pending against them, what choice does a voter have? Either a voter votes for a candidate who is certainly going to lose, or the voter votes for one of these 3. And about 50% constituencies in the country are often red alert constituencies. Giving the responsibility to society is very well, but I think political parties as the primary organizations who run politics and governance and elections in the country have more responsibility than the society at large. Political parties are the ones which mobilize public opinion, which formulate and guide public opinion. They have to take a greater share of this responsibility. It cannot be put on to the people and to society at large.
I could not agree with you more. I think one suggestion, of course, has come on this show from Dr. Qureshi, which the political party should agree to, that fast track the cases involving MLAs and MPs, do it within 12 months, but the moment the charge is of a serious nature, political parties should be ready to suspend the right of that MLA, MP to contest or continue in office. How many political parties are willing to do that? That would be the real test of their commitment to the fight against corruption. This data is available on the ADR site. Please do go and see it. This country needs to wake up to see what is happening to our politics. You and I need to also ensure that we try wherever possible to elect those with a clean record. But cash, I'm sorry to say, often is the key at the moment in election. I appreciate my guest joining me here on the news today. But speaking of crime, speaking of politics, politicians who find themselves now being charged with serious crimes, remember, a month after the Delhi police has filed its charge sheet against the Wrestling Federation chief, Brij Bhushan Saran Singh, the BJP MP is still the Wrestling Federation chief. He still is a member of parliament. When he's questioned, he hits back saying he's not convicted yet. Does that mean that he will contest the next elections of the Lok Sabha? Take a look.
Nearly a month after the Delhi police filed the charge sheet against Brij Bhushan Singh, listing serious allegations and claiming corroborative proof, the BJP MP from Kasarganj remains the president of the Wrestling Federation of India. The charge sheet accessed by India Today makes grave accusations. The police say Brij Bhushan is liable to be prosecuted for the offences of sexual harassment, molestation and stalking. 15 witnesses have corroborated the charges. The witnesses include 2 coaches. The charge sheet lists 15 separate incidents of harassment. The charge sheet includes photographs submitted by the athletes. Delhi Commission for Women Chief is questioning why Brij Bhushan is roaming free.
सबसे पहले तो दिल्ली पुलिस ये बताए कि जब उन्हें पता था कि ब्रिज भूषण ने लड़कियों के साथ यौन शोषण कराए तो उसको अरेस्ट क्यों नहीं करा गया। और दूसरी बात, मैं केंद्र सरकार से सवाल पूछना चाहती हूं क्योंकि ब्रिज भूषण उनका ही एमपी है, उनका ही सांसद है। मैं ये जानना चाहती हूं कि कब तक ब्रिज भूषण जैसे गुंडे को केंद्र सरकार संरक्षण देगी और बचाएगी। क्यों उसके खिलाफ अभी तक कोई भी कार्यवाही नहीं करी गई है। ये बहुत ज्यादा गलत है क्योंकि जिस आदमी की जगह जेल है, अब वो संसद में बैठकर देश के कानून बनाएगा।
Hitting back at the opposition, Brij Bhushan has accused the Congress of conspiring against him and his family, asserting that filing of a charge sheet does not make him a criminal. The WFI chief alleged that Congress doesn't have faith on courts. The BJP, which Brij Bhushan represents in parliament, claims the courts will decide his fate.
ब्रिजभूषण जी के मामले में कोर्ट ने संज्ञान लिया है और पुलिस ने भी अपनी चार्जशीट फाइल की है। उस चार्जशीट के अंतर्गत जो कोर्ट का फैसला होगा वो मान्य होगा।
While the law will take its own course, the moral question remains unanswered. Why is Brij Bhushan still in office? Bureau Report, India Today.
Ask yourself, why is he still someone who should be an MP? Well, let's turn from there to the political face-off over the Bengal Panchayat election that escalated, with the BJP fact-finding team visiting Bengal, claiming Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's government had failed to keep peace in the state. The Chief Minister has hit back, blaming the BJP for being behind the violence in 60 poll booths. Listen in to the two sides.
ये सुशीला मंडल है, इसका परिवार हमारी पार्टी का समर्थक है। ये सुशीला मंडल इधर खड़ी है, यही है। इसकी बहू और इसके बेटे बूथ पर काम कर रहे थे पार्टी की तरफ से, और टीएमसी के लोग बूथ कैप्चर करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, उसका विरोध किया। घर पर आकर के पूरे घर को तोड़ा, उधर सामान छीटा, उनके बेटे को तलवार से हमला किया, उनकी बहू को पीटा, इनके बूढ़े पति बोल नहीं सकते हैं, उनकी पिटाई किया, ये दरवाजा भी तोड़ दिया। पार्टी को उसके लिए बाहर व्यवस्था करनी पड़ती है और बात करती है लोकतंत्र की। शर्म आनी चाहिए ममता जी आपको।
आज যারা বাংলার বদনাম করে বেড়ালেন, আবার ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং টিম পাঠিয়েছে, আর কত টিম পাঠাবেন বলতে পারেন? আমার ভাজপার এই অপদার্থ লিডারগুলোকে জিজ্ঞেস করি, যাদের সাহস নেই রুখে দাঁড়ানো, রাজনীতি করবার অধিকার নেই এদের, যারা গণতন্ত্রকে হত্যা করে। আমরা করি না। আমি এতদিন বাদে মুখ খুলছি, আমি এতদিন একটি কথাও বলিনি, সহ্য করে গেছি।
Battle between of Bengal. Let's turn from there to a battle playing out in Karnataka, where the BJP, months after they lost the elections, has launched an all-out attack against the Congress Siddaramaiah government over a brutal murder of a Jain Muni. Staging a mega dharna at Vidhan Sauda today, the BJP demanded a CBI probe into the case, saying the Congress government is not carrying out an impartial, fair probe. The Siddaramaiah government says the accused have been arrested. The BJP is playing politics over the murder. Take a look.
Showdown erupts over the brutal murder of Jain seer Kamakumara Nandi Maharaj in Karnataka. The BJP, which has been demanding a CBI probe in the case, staged a dharna outside the Vidhana Sauda on Wednesday.
The Jungle Raj started in Karnataka within 2 months of Congress rule. The fear of law is not there, the fear of police is not there, and all the anti-social elements have come out openly, and now they are reeing the entire society here, and there is a fear among the common man.
BJP MLAs marched to the Raj Bhavan and submitted a memorandum to the governor. The party claimed that Hindus were being targeted ever since the Congress government came to power in May. The Siddaramaiah government has defended the police and assured a fair and impartial probe.
BJP can claim anything that they want. The Jain community, the seers of the community have come out and said that we are satisfied with the progress of the investigation.
The police have arrested 2 people in connection to the murder. The investigators claim the killing was over a financial dispute. Meanwhile, shocking details have emerged on how the seer was murdered. According to the FIR, on the night of July 5th, main accused Narayan, along with his friend Hassan Sab, allegedly tried to kill the seer by electrocution. When they failed in it, they allegedly strangled the monk to death with a towel. The duo then allegedly cut the seer's body into pieces and dumped the parts into a borewell. The accused also burned a diary belonging to the seer. The Jain community has held protest in various parts of the state condemning the act.
कर्नाटक के जो मुख्यमंत्री है, हम उनको आज ज्ञापन यहाँ जिलाधिकारी महोदय के माध्यम से देने आए हैं, तो उनको सख्त से सख्त सजा दी जाए और साथ ही जो ये केस है जिसका जो ट्रायल है फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में किया जाए.
With Sage Raj, Bureau Report, India Today.
So is politics being played out simply because that's how it appears? A Jain monk is murdered and immediately it becomes a political battleground. Madhu Rao is BJP spokesperson. Lavanya Balal is Congress's spokesperson. Madhu Rao, it appears that groups like the VHP, All India, Jain Samaj are dipping in, and so is the BJP, when clearly the evidence is pointing out to this having been a murder over a financial issue. The accused have been arrested. What more do you want? There seems to be a creeping attempt to try and make it Hindu-Muslim when it is not.
Rajdeep, very good evening. I think this is a very gruesome murder which has happened, and it has sent shockwaves and ripples across the state. Now, having said that, I think the government of the day has to put its head in shame for the reason simple that there could have not been such an act which has been happened now. Now, you're just telling me that the evidence has been collected, it has already been decided.
Yes.
The investigation is going on, Rajdeep. How is it possible for the police officers to come and say on the media, saying that the financial transaction is a motive? How can you attribute a motive which is not yet to be decided?
No, they claim they've done a preliminary inquiry. Do you know more than the police officers? Does someone sitting in Meerut know more than the police officers? Why do you want to make it Hindu-Muslim, for God's sake?
Who told it is Hindu-Muslim? Kindly understand, Rajdeep.
The BHP, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, your affiliate.
If you can allow me to answer.
Yeah, please.
1 minute. Yeah. The point is simple. The act has been done. Now, after the act, what has happened? The devotees of the mutt come and say that they are not revealing as to what has happened, and they themselves are on record to say that we have been pressurized to say that it is a financial transaction. Why is it happening? And the MLA of the constituency and others of the trustees, they were telling that the trustees were forced to say that there is a financial transaction. Why is it happening? And then how could you misplace rather to say an accused to 2 to accused 1 and accused 1 to accused 2? See, really what happens is this is sending bad signals.
Okay.
And one more point. This is a direct fallout of the appeasement politics the moment Congress comes into picture. Why are the murders happening day in and day out? As we are speaking, yesterday there is a double murder which has happened in Bangalore.
So that is a professional rivalry. Are you saying that murders are happening because the government has changed?
Rajdeep, you please do not assume the role of an investigator.
No, I am telling you what the police is claiming.
Let the investigation go on. So you tell only the Congress party.
Okay.
Do a fair investigation. Don't force your police like what you have forced a police cop in Gulbarga, where the police cop says they're pressurizing me to do hafta vasuli. What do we have to say about it?
Okay.
There's a police cop who has been murdered because
let
of
her
a
answer.
mafia gang.
Let her answer now. Lavanya Balal, according to the BJP, the investigation is being botched up. Witnesses are being tutored, and therefore the government has much to answer. They don't believe that an independent inquiry can go on. Go ahead.
Good evening, Rajdeep. I just want you and the BJP spokesperson to bear with me. I'm a practicing Jain, and I come from a family which takes care of multiple Jain temples across Karnataka state. We are one of the biggest donors to our temples and to our monks. My humble request as a Jain to the BJP party today is, sir, my munis, my monk's entire life was spent in his attempt, he strived to reach moksha. And that was his path, and he was trying to do that. He's been brutally murdered, sir. You misusing his death attaches more and more sins to his soul. Please do not misuse his death and hurt our religious sentiments. This is my humble request as a Jain, not to misuse his death for your
Ma'am, but it is not just the BJP. Jain community is also staging a protest. It appears now that this murder is getting caught in politics. So it's not necessary. There are Jain community leaders also who are calling for a CBI inquiry, not just the BJP.
Rajdeep,
No, ma'am. Now he must be allowed to answer. Go ahead, ma'am.
Rajdeep, if I may.
No, don't
Rajdeep,
intervene,
may I
sir.
answer?
Please. No, you cannot intervene, sir. Please, go ahead, Lavanya.
So, Rajdeep, politically, I'll tell you one thing. Our religious leaders have met our Home Minister and they have met other leaders as well. We are very happy with the way investigation is going on. We are saddened by his murder, but we are happy with the assurances given to us by the Home Minister. And also, I would like to remind everybody, you know, the BJP has consistently had lack of trust in the Karnataka police. When DK Ravi, the IAS officer's murder happened, they said we do not trust the police. But after the CBI investigation, which happened during the BJP government, they came back and said the same conclusion as the Karnataka state police. When Paramesh Mehta was murdered, the BJP created fanciful stories of torture and murder. But then the CBI came back and said the same report as the Karnataka police. So we have time and again seen that the BJP party has zero trust in the state police. They ask for CBI inquiry and the CBI comes back and gives the same report. Basically, they need to tell us if they want the police force in Karnataka or not. If not, we can have the CBI itself. No police from tomorrow in Karnataka.
You know, Mr. Rao, what if tomorrow this financial dispute, which was allegedly some loan which was given to these people, they refused to pay up, is responsible for the murder? What will the BJP then say? You've got the chief minister and others now on the former chief minister on the street calling for CBI inquiry. How long are we going to play religious politics with crime? If there is a religious angle, by all means expose it. But don't I mean, you have no faith in the Karnataka police, which you were running till 2 months ago, sir.
Rajdeep.
Yes, sir.
My only, please give me an uninterrupted time. How you give it to me?
1 minute.
Yeah. Now the point is simple. Our Congress spokesperson was telling the Jain, she is a Jain and she is from a Jain community and all. I request her to go and meet Sri Gunadhar Nandi Maharaj, who is another saint from Hubli. He is on record to say that he does not have satisfaction in the government's attitude. And he is the one who told, CM does not call, no minister called. They are from the minuscule minority. We have been targeted. I did not say this. It is only after that we, BJP, in the house, we came to the well, we made halla gulla. It is only after that Parameshwar went and met Gunadhar Nandi Maharaj and told that we will do an investigation.
Sir, I am only asking you didn't answer my question. So what if 1 month later the police report shows it was a financial transaction that led to the murder? What will the BJP then say?
Wonderful. The attribute is already been fixed. Let us not get into that now. And the whole Jain community is telling that a Jain Muni does not get into such a transaction. And of all, we are telling that is the transaction, that is the motive. You have attributed already the motive.
No, I am telling you what the police report is saying.
We are only
That's what the police report is saying. You don't know more than the police, neither do I.
Rajdeep Sardesai. FIR is based on what? There is 2 FIRs which have been lodged. One is a missing complaint FIR and another complaint which has been converted for the murder FIR. That is a statement based on the accused. You mean to say the accused, whatever he says, that will be the investigation the police will do? Is that how the investigation
Lavanya,
goes?
are you also willing, Mr. Rao, you made your point. Lavanya, are you all also willing to at least, ensure if the opposition wants a transparent inquiry, maybe an SIT set up, if not the CBI, if you have nothing to hide, make it a full transparent inquiry.
Rajdeep, this is a crime and this is a murder, and we as a Congress party, we are assuring the state, we are assuring the Jain community that there will be justice done for this murder. And I would request once again BJP not to hurt our religious sentiments and not to attribute things that has not happened there or it has happened. Please don't cast any kind of stories around the monk. Please let him be. Let his death be. Please do not drag it out for your political gains and hurt his soul much more so. This is all we will say, because Rajdeep, as you know, Jains rarely in Karnataka speak up. We are a very quiet community, and this is really very hurtful for us to watch the political drama that is happening in his name. We do not want the political drama.
Let me leave it there. It's very sad that when death gets immediately converted by our politicians. You've had your point. I've run out of time. Let's not make everything out to be a hate crime even without proof. Let there at least the proof come out. Once the proof comes out, if the police is able to establish it, if you don't agree with the police version, go to the courts. But let's not play this out on the streets of Karnataka. It doesn't send out, in my view at least, the right message in these sensitive times. But Mr. Rao, you made your point. Lavanya has also made a point. I appreciate both of you joining me here on the news today. Let's take a break. When we return, we are turning to our Get Real India story. The stories you don't get on prime time, always here on the news today. Last man standing, as we call it. Back in a moment.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. Let's turn to our Get Real India story, and it comes from Rajasthan, where several patients who are suffering from cataract have now complained of loss of vision. While the patients are accusing the hospital for mishandling their surgeries, doctors claim that the loss of vision is due to an infection. Take a look at tonight's shocking Get Real India story.
People lost their vision after undergoing cataract surgery at Rajasthan's biggest government healthcare facility, the Savai Mansingh Hospital in Jaipur. Most of the victims are beneficiaries of the Ashok Gehlot government's pet project Chiranjeevi Health Scheme. After the surgeries, some patients complained of pain in the eyes that were operated upon. They were asked to get readmitted at the hospital for another surgery.
एक आंख से बिल्कुल ही नहीं दिख रहा, दर्द हो रहा, पानी गिर रहा है। डॉक्टर साहब तो कह रहे हैं कि एक्सेक्शन हुआ था, वो थोड़ा कम है, लेकिन आना धीरे धीरे ठीक हो जाएगा, ऐसे बोला था उन्होंने।
जब मैं आई तो ऑपरेशन होने के बाद में एक दिन रख के छुट्टी दे दी थी इन्होंने,
वहाँ जाने के बाद में जब मेरे दर्द हुआ, फिर दूसरे रोज़ दर्द हुआ, तो डॉक्टर ने ही कॉल किया मुझे। जब मैं आई तो उन्होंने अंदर लेके पहले आँख की सफाई की, फिर दोबारा ऑपरेशन फिर किया उन्होंने। बराबर दर्द हो रहा है और आँख से दिखाई भी नहीं दे रहा, पानी पानी आ रहा आँख से।
23 तारीख ऑपरेशन हुआ था, बहुत अच्छा ऑपरेशन हुआ था। उसके 13 दिन तक बिल्कुल अच्छी नज़र आई थी, फर्स्ट क्लास। 14वें दिन अपने आप ही नज़र चली गई इसकी। ये दिखाया था, बोला इनका इन्फेक्शन हो गया।
While the patients accused the medical staff of negligence, the hospital authorities denied any lapses.
डॉक्टर की कोताही तो कतई नहीं है। हेल्थ मिनिस्टर साहब ने भी यही कहा है, ना तो ओटी की कोई कमी है, ना डॉक्टर की कमी है। अभी माइक्रोबायोलॉजी की इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है, वो जब सामने आएगी फिर वो बताएंगे।
With Devankur in Jaipur, Bureau Report, India Today.
Very, very troubling story there from Rajasthan, and we hope that those people will get back their sight. Our prayers today with them. I leave you with our image of the day, and it's a rather happier one. England and Australia are well known as the arch rivals who are battling at the moment on the cricket field for the Ashes. But what happens when the heads of the two countries meet? Well, during the NATO summit, the two leaders couldn't stop themselves from engaging in playful banter over, guess what? The Ashes. The Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese ambushed his UK counterpart with a printout of the current score in the series, where Australia is leading 2-1, and a picture of the controversial stumping of England wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow. Mr. Sunak in return took out a photo of the English win in the last test in Headingley. So the series is well and truly alive, as is the spirit of cricket. We leave you with those visuals. Thanks for watching. You stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri, Jai Hind, Namaskar.
I'll work is something less sophisticated. Just to sort of... I was going to be really provocative.
I'm sorry I didn't bring my sandpaper with me.
There's a crease.
We'll see. Good to see you.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Are you worried that artificial intelligence will render you jobless? A United Nations agency assembled a group of robots at a news conference recently to address the concerns of human beings. 9 robots posed upright along with their creator at the podium in Geneva for what the International Telecommunication Union billed as the world's first news conference featuring humanoid social robots. The agency invited reporters to ask the robots questions that sparked discussion about the future of artificial intelligence. In one of the answers that could trouble our politicians, the robots suggested that they could be more efficient government leaders.
I believe that humanoid robots have the potential to lead with a greater level of efficiency and effectiveness than human leaders. We don't have the same biases or emotions that can sometimes cloud decision-making and can process large amounts of data quickly in order to make the best decisions.
When asked about the rise of humanoid robots, they advised caution.
That's a difficult question. I think it depends on how they are used and what purpose they serve. We should be cautious, but also excited for the potential of these technologies to improve our lives in many ways.
Organizers said the event was meant to showcase not just the capabilities, but also the limitations of robotics.
To showcase the capabilities and how these technologies could support the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. While robotics are not yet as mainstream as, say, generative AI, we wanted to demonstrate AI in action to you. In a world's first. This is the world's first press conference with 9, actually, we have an extra one, AI-enabled humanoid social robot.
The event was part of the AI for Good Global Summit, meant to illustrate how new technology can support the UN's goals for sustainable development. Artificial intelligence has entered uncharted territory, and the world has started recognizing its abilities. Bureau Report, India Today.
Powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Extra safe polycab green wire.
A day before Prime Minister Modi's France visit, all eyes on big India-France defense deals. Co-development of military engines. DRDO and Safran to work together. All eyes on the Modi-Macron meeting. Our big focus on India first.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast that comes to you from Paris. I'm Gaurav Sawant. We are currently standing outside the Plaza Athene Hotel. This is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to arrive in a short while from now. This is a 2-day state visit to Paris, and President Macron is rolling out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Over the course of the next half hour, we get you all the details of this bonhomie and dosti in Paris. This is India and France taking the bilateral relationship altogether to a new level. That's the focus, not restricted just to defense or strategic ties, but for cooperation, as India's ambassador to France told me in an interview just a short while back, in every walk of life, in every sphere of life, from railways to telecommunication to investment to infrastructure. Lots more over the course of the next half hour. But first, as always, the headlines on India First. National capital on flood alert. Yamuna water level breaches the all-time high. For the first time in 45 years, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal holds an emergency meeting. Section 144 imposed in flood-impacted areas. BJP deploys a fact-finding team in Bengal amid Panchayat poll violence. Targets Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over deaths. Chief Minister claims a conspiracy and blames the BJP for engineering the violence. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai leads protests over Jen Sear's murder, claims failing law and order situation under Siddaramaiah government. BJP demands a CBI investigation into the monk's death. CEO and MD of a Bengaluru startup tech firm hacked to death. Double murder accused, also known as Joker Felix, arrested. Employees killed over professional rivalry. India's retail inflation jumps to a 3-month high of 4.81% in June. Industrial production growth rose to 5.2% in May, up from 4.2% in April. But I want to begin with a big story. France is rolling out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He will be the guest of honor at the Bastille Day parade. But the Prime Minister, just as soon as he lands, will be given a Tri-Services Guard of Honor at the airport the moment his aircraft arrives. It's tentatively around 12:30 Paris time on the 13th of July. He will be received at the airport, and right from that point on, France is literally laying out the red carpet, and it's not just restricted to the Tri-Services Guard of Honor at the airport or the grand reception that's for the Prime Minister, but even later, President Macron, for the first time, the Louvre, the world-famous French museum, it has lakhs and lakhs of artifacts from across the world. Louvre will be closed to the public when a banquet is being hosted for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The French President Emmanuel Macron will take Prime Minister Narendra Modi around the Louvre, show him the best of what France has to offer. Lakhs and lakhs of tourists from across the world visit Louvre every year. This time, of course, for the first time, it's being shut and for the state banquet. And this is the first time ever that a state banquet is being organized at the French Museum. In the past, yes, there have been private dinners for visiting dignitaries, but never a state banquet. The Prime Minister will also, after a gap of 4 years, more than 4 years, be a part of the CEO's Forum. The Prime Minister of India and the President of France, they'll be together, and the CEO's Forum is extremely important because the CEOs will talk about their roadmap of taking the relationship forward, and in case they're facing roadblocks, the Prime Minister of India and the President of France, they will give out their vision. This is India and France in the year 2023. They're celebrating the Silver Jubilee, 25 years of the strategic partnership. Now the two heads of state and government will lay out the roadmap of taking this relationship forward to the next level towards the Golden Jubilee, a relationship that the Indian ambassador to France says will be decisive not just for India, not just for France, but for the world. I spoke to India's ambassador to France, Javed Ashraf, just a short while back. Let's listen in. मेरे साथ फ्रांस में भारत के राजदूत एम्बेसडर जावेद अशरफ हैं। एम्बेसडर साहब, जैसे ही प्रधानमंत्री लैंड करेंगे उसके बाद क्या होगा और इस यात्रा को इस तरह से ऐतिहासिक क्यों माना जा रहा है?
पहले तो आपका भी पेरिस में स्वागत है। आप सही कह रहे हैं, कुछ क्षणों में बड़ी उत्साह के साथ फ्रांस प्रधानमंत्री के आगमन का इंतज़ार कर रहा है। आप स्वयं देखेंगे, खुद देखेंगे कि किस प्रकार से उनका स्वागत होता है एयरपोर्ट पे, एक बड़े विशेष कार्यक्रम से, किस स्तर पे होगा, ये सब मैं इस समय आपको नहीं बताना चाहूँगा, इसे रहस्य रहने दीजिए, आप खुद देख लेंगे। उसके बाद आप हर कार्यक्रम में एक विशेषता देखेंगे जी। एक तरफ तो ये है कि जाहिर है किसी भी देश के राज दिवस में, नेशनल डे में अगर आपको मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में बुलाया जाए, वो सम्मान दिया जाए, तो ये एक बड़ी विशेष चीज़ होती है। भारत के लिए ये सम्मान की बात है, गौरव की बात है। और इस प्रकार से ट्राई सर्विस कंटिजेंट को यहाँ आमंत्रित करना, राफाल हमारे एयरफोर्स के राफाल जेट्स को यहाँ भाग लेना, और साथ ही साथ ब्रेस्ट के पोर्ट पे INS चेन्नई जो कल ही आई है यहाँ पे, ये शायद अतुलनीय है। इस प्रकार से हम किसी देश के नेशनल डे में भाग ले रहे हैं। और यहाँ पे जिसने भी रिहर्सल देखा है भारत के ट्राई सर्विस कंटिजेंट का, राजपुताना राइफल के म्यूज़िक का, तो वो हैरान है, वो चौंकन्ना है कि कितनी खूबसूरती से और कितने शान से, कितने मिलिट्री प्रोफेशनलिज्म के साथ ये कंटिजेंट मार्च कर रही है।
ये मेरे को देखने का सौभाग्य भी मिला, फुल ड्रेस रिहर्सल पर मैं वहाँ था शॉज़ेलीज़े पर। लेकिन जैसे ही वो लैंड करेंगे, फ्रांस के राष्ट्रपति ने सुना है उनके लिए कई विशेष आयोजन किए हैं। यहाँ का जो राष्ट्रीय संग्रहालय है उसमें एक विशेष आयोजन है, उसके बारे में आप हमें क्या
सबसे पहले तो ये है कि राष्ट्रपति मैक्रोन खुद ही नाटो समिट से लौट के आएंगे, और उसी दिन कल, आज तो है ही, आपको जैसे जानकारी है, 1-on-1 उनकी एक बड़े लंबे समय की डिनर होगी, वो एलिजे पैलेस में होगी, प्राइवेट डिनर है, और उसमें उनकी बड़ी खुल के दोनों के बीच में चर्चा होगी। एक दूसरे से बड़े अच्छे संबंध है, एक दूसरे के लिए काफ़ी इज्जत करते हैं एक दूसरे को, केमिस्ट्री बड़ी अच्छी है दोनों के बीच में। और कल लूव्र म्यूज़ियम में, जो दुनिया का सबसे प्रख्यात, सबसे बड़ा म्यूज़ियम है, जहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा विज़िटर जाते हैं, आपको जान के हैरानी होगी कि 80 लाख विज़िटर हर साल लूव्र म्यूज़ियम में आते हैं। 3.5 लाख ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं, उनके आर्टिफैक्ट्स हैं, जो एक समय में करीब 40,000 आर्टिफैक्ट्स एक साथ दिखाए परमानेंट एग्जिबिट पे रहते हैं। तो ये दुनिया का सबसे मशहूर म्यूज़ियम है। भारत से भी लोग आते हैं, कई मेरे ख्याल में 2-3 लाख तो हर साल भारत से भी आते होंगे। तो ये बड़ी रेयर चीज़ है कि लूव्र म्यूज़ियम को 14 जुलाई के दिन बंद कर दिया जाए, और वहाँ पे राष्ट्रपति एक बैंक्वेट प्रधानमंत्री के लिए कर रहे हैं। आमतौर से वो कई और जगह करते हैं, एलिजे पैलेस में करते हैं। तो ये एक बहुत बड़े सम्मान की बात है, एक तरह से विशेष जेस्चर है। और जेस्चर्स संकेत हमेशा करता है कि आप किस देश को, किस व्यक्ति को कितना सम्मान देना चाहते हैं, उसके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं।
And this is just the first part. This is a visit which is very high on symbolism. It's a visit that's equally high on the substantive outcomes. And one of those outcomes, of course, may just be the AMCA engines for the 5th generation fighter jets. Those aircraft engines to be co-developed and co-manufactured by India and France together. So joint research, joint development, joint production, and certification. Certification becomes extremely important, and this is the level of trust that India and France have been able to build together over the past decades and hope to take forward in the decades ahead. So when research happens for manufacturing future technologies, and not just restricted to fighter jet engines or helicopter engines, but for space and undersea subsurface technologies, it just shows how wide is the gamut of this relationship. We bring you this report.
It's India's most ambitious aircraft program, aimed at creating a combat stealth fighter comparable with the best in the world. It doesn't even have an official name yet, going just by the acronym AMCA, short for Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft. But this program is all set to receive a major push. Because with Prime Minister Modi in Paris this week, the all-important issue of the engines that will power the AMCA could be sealed. Top sources tell India Today that India and France are in advanced talks to co-develop a jet engine for the AMCA. The French partner Safran is the same company that builds the engines that power the Rafale fighters, including those in Indian service. The Indian partner will be the state-run Defence Research and Development Organisation, which has so far failed to develop a usable jet engine. The Indian private sector could also be involved. As India Today has reported, a deal for 26 more Rafales, this time for the Indian Navy, is likely to be announced during Modi's 2-day stay in Paris. Last month, India and the United States shook hands on a deal to assemble General Electric fighter engines in India for the Mark II version of India's light combat aircraft. But it appears that it will be France and not the United States that will help power the AMCA. The AMCA is a crucial futuristic aircraft that will meet the Indian Air Force's needs when it potentially comes online in the 2030s. The 5th generation program is currently building a prototype technology demonstrator with a first flight aimed for 2027. If its engines are firmed up soon, these jets could enter service in the next decade. Built for stealth, these jets will be inducted in large numbers as a deterrent and for deep penetration, punitive attacks over enemy territory. Watch this space as we keep track of the Indian Prime Minister's Paris visit. With Gaurav Sawant in Paris, Bureau Report, India Today.
But it's not just fighter jets and it's not just fighter jet engines. India is a growing economy, and in India, there's a huge requirement of helicopters and helicopter engines. The warhorse of the Indian Air Force has been the Mi-17 helicopters, but India is also looking ahead. The 3 services, Army, Navy and Air Force, the Coast Guard, the private sector, all of them require thousands of helicopters, and those helicopters, if made in India, spur the domestic helicopter industry. But what's also required and equally important is for those helicopter engines to be made in India. India and France have been cooperating very extensively on helicopters. India bought the Alouette helicopters, the Cheetahs and the Chetaks, with the Shakti engines, the Cheetals. But now the effort is to take this relationship altogether to a new level. And this again promises to be a game changer for Indian aviation.
India's Dhruv Advanced Light Helicopter. India's Rudra Weaponized Helicopter. India's Prachand Attack Helicopter. All proud homegrown helicopters in service with the Indian Armed Forces. But there's another thing that unites them. All 3 are powered by the Indo-French Shakti Ardiden helicopter engine. Nearly 300 of these engines are currently in service across helicopter types, powering India's very own rotorcraft since 2007. But now the old and tested Indo-French partnership on chopper engines is all set to rise to the next level. India's next big helicopter program, called the IMRH or Indian Multi-Role Helicopter, is in the pipeline via Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Heavier, more capable than its smaller cousins, and intended to be a future workhorse on par with the current Mi-17 fleet, the IMRH needs a more powerful helicopter engine. And that's where the Indo-French partnership is set to kick into a higher gear. When Prime Minister Modi is in Paris this week, talks are likely to move to an advanced stage on the co-development of this new proposed engine, and will also include total technology transfer of the existing Shakti engine. In other words, a big win for both countries. French technology continuing to power our helicopters, and India gaining from acquiring the entire technology for a true Make in India project. A relationship that began in the sphere of choppers back in 1961 is all set to fly ever higher. With Gaurav Sawant in Paris, Bureau Report, India Today.
Today's Shiv Arur for more on this. Shiv, you understand the nuts and bolts of aircraft engines and how critical they are for the aircraft, but specifically fighter jet engines, especially for the next generation stealth fighter jets, where you'd want radar signatures to be low, where you wouldn't want the reheat or the afterburners on when you go supersonic. But Shiv, explain to our viewers the level of trust it would take if India and France were to start on a fighter jet engine, for futuristic fighter jet engine, right from the drawing board stage.
You know, Gaurav, literally and metaphorically, this takes things completely to the next level. Because, it's one thing to purchase fighter aircraft like, the Rafale from France. It's entirely another proposition to co-develop and propose to co-manufacture an all-new aircraft engine, and that too for a very futuristic fighter like the 5th generation AMCA that India hopes to see come online in the next decade. Now, India and France have been for quite a few years trying to hammer out some kind of a partnership, because the truth is that for all of India's successes in indigenous defense development, it has not been successful in developing and delivering a credible jet engine for its military aircraft. And that's the reason why we've had to look abroad. Recently, you saw India and the United States partner up to assemble the GE F414 engine here in India for the Mark II version of the light combat aircraft. But for the AMCA, which is a much more futuristic advanced aircraft, that door has still been left open, and therefore the company Safran, which makes the engines for the Rafale fighters, which, as you know, are in service with the Indian Air Force, and more are likely to be ordered and announced by the Prime Minister in Paris, that same company and India's DRDO are likely to partner up to co-develop this all-new engine for the AMCA fighter aircraft. So it's extremely complex, it's difficult, it's going to take a lot of effort, it's going to take a lot of money. It's a path that India has taken before and actually not been successful. So it's crucial that India actually gets this right. France has a great deal of experience in building aircraft engines. Like I said, the engine that powers the Rafale is built by a French company as well. So as far as technology is concerned, I think it's something to look forward to. The only concern is, hopefully, co-development means co-development and not the usual case where India basically bankrolls someone developing it on their soil. It needs to be real development where India benefits from all the know-how and exchange.
Oh, absolutely, Shiv. That's the story we'll be keeping an eye out for. Shiv, for the moment, many thanks for joining me, because when two countries sit together and put that first line on the paper together, when they think together, when they think alike, and then when they come up with a fighter jet engine, it truly promises to be a game changer, and extremely important for India to get the metallurgy right. That's something that has been India's Achilles heel. The fighter jet engines, the metallurgy, that's very, very critical. We'll be tracking that story. But on ground, let's also now talk about some of the nice symbolism, some of the symbolism of India-France relationship. The Punjab regiment, for example, very proud of the fact that in the First World War and the Second World War fought shoulder to shoulder with the French forces here. France and Flanders is a battle honour that the Punjab regiment wears with great pride. The Rajputana Rifles regiment once again, and they were all there at Champs-Élysées, barely a kilometre from where we are right now. They march past the saluting desk very smartly. I covered the dress rehearsal of that parade on board. I was with the French army in one of their jeeps. We bring you this report.
The streets of Paris are abuzz with excitement in anticipation for Prime Minister Modi's visit to France. Preparations are underway for the upcoming Bastille Day parade in Paris. And India Today has been given exclusive access to these historic preparations.
This is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the French President Emmanuel Macron will be watching the parade. Let me show you those images of the Indian contingent. That is the Indian Navy contingent. Up ahead is the Indian Army Rajputana Rifles marching band, and right in the beginning of the parade, that is the Punjab Regiment.
On the upcoming landmark day for India-France relations, the French military will be joined by the Indian military as they march together.
More than 6,000.
6,000?
Yeah, 6,000 French personnel in total, including your contingent with us. A very good experience. I did not know much about the Indian contingent before they came to France a week ago. And since that, I can tell we have very good relationships.
We have a tri-services contingent from the Army, Navy and the Air Force, and the band from the Indian Army, which are currently here to participate in the Bastille Day Parade. Now, alongside this, we also have two more representations, and that is, one is INS Chennai, which is coming to Brest tomorrow, and shall also be participating in the Bastille Day Parade at Brest. So we also have the representation there.
France and India have expressed both pride and excitement for the upcoming events and ongoing cooperation efforts.
It's very honor for us because we were operating 6 months ago off the coast of Goa with Indian Navy and Indian Air Force, and today being together for the 25th anniversary of our strategic partnership is very an honor for us. It's very powerful. It's a lot of meaning for the future.
This is an international friendship that has stood the test of time. The importance of this 25-year-plus military history is not lost on Indian officers, especially to the Punjab regiment that has been sent with the army, who wear French honours from World War I to this day.
More than 900 soldiers from the Punjab regiment shed their blood on the soil of this very own territory that we are standing right now, and so it is a matter of huge pride for me, for my regiment and for the Indian Army to be able to have this amazing opportunity to march on Champs-Élysées on Bastille Day Military Parade.
The relationship spanning decades has translated to seamless defence ties today as well between India and France.
We have the old helicopters from the French, and we've taken the, for suppose Alouette helicopter, we've taken the Alouette helicopter, and we've changed the engine to our own powerful engine, and then we've converted into something called Cheetal. And Cheetal is something that flies at the highest battlefield, and that is what is sustaining all the troops at the Siachen Glacier.
With Prime Minister Modi as the chief guest in the upcoming parade, India and France will honour their golden past and are looking at an even more prosperous future. With Gaurav Sawant in Paris, Bureau Report, India Today.
So just as the dress rehearsal got over, you heard chants of Bol Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Ki Jai that came from the Navy. Then there were chants of Jo Bole Sonehal, Sat Sri Akal. And not just the Indian soldiers, but even some of the French soldiers who've been hearing these war cries, they joined in. That's the camaraderie between India and France on ground, and of the leadership that we shall see over the next 48 hours. That is all I have for you on this special broadcast from Paris. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Abha Bakaya up next with Business Today. Stay with us.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Now, the government has all but ruled out central support to the free rice scheme announced by Karnataka. Without naming any state, the government has said that if the promise of 5 kilos of free rice were to be kept by all states, the distribution would exceed the annual rice production. The Karnataka government had on Monday begun direct cash transfers in lieu of its rice guarantee scheme, transferring 170 rupees to each of its 1.28 crore ration card holders.
एक राज्य को हम निर्णय लें कि हम उसको 5 किलो और PMGKY बेनिफिशरीज को देंगे उसी राज्य में, तो अगर आप एक कल्पना करें कि सब राज्य जो 36 हमारे स्टेट्स और यूटीज़ हैं, अगर सब राज्य ऐसा निर्णय लें कि हम 5 किलो अधिक सबको देंगे PMGKY बेनिफिशरीज को, तो मैं आपको तथ्य बताना चाहूँगा कि 360 लाख टन हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट है चावल की प्रत्येक वर्ष PMGKY के तहत। तो अगर हम 5 किलो अधिक देना शुरू करें तो 720 लाख टन हमारी हो जाती है रिक्वायरमेंट फॉर राइस अंडर PMGKY प्लस 5 kg एक्स्ट्रा अगर हम उसको निर्णय ले देने का। हमारी टोटल प्रोक्योरमेंट स्टेट कंट्री में पूरे देश की प्रोक्योरमेंट चावल की होती है करीबन 560-570 लाख टन। तो ये बाकी का जो है 150 लाख टन चावल, तो ये कैसे हम इसको कर पाएंगे?
Hey, Misharaki Mishari, only step pistoli.
Strawberry, grape, banana, so much fun, na 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 na. Those webs! इतना सारा चॉकलेट है मजा। आपी, ये लो। तू कब से शेयर करने लगा? आज से। नटखट वाली खिड़की, थोड़ी सी खुली।
This is how sugar is sold to us. Candies, chocolates, cereals loaded with sugar.
Milk biscuit bhi rakh lo.
Advertisements that make these products sound harmless, even essential for joyous occasions, celebrations, love and friendship. Those involved in nutrition advocacy raise concerns over how sugar is sold and how governments choose to look the other way when it comes to wrong messaging. Recently, Nutrition Advocacy in Public Health called out Amitabh Bachchan for promoting a biscuit as an alternative to real food in this promotion. Big B faced some amount of backlash. But Big B is not the only one. Actor Pankaj Tripathi also faced backlash for promoting biscuits, saying it is made of whole wheat when it was not. Celebrity endorsements are really not new. However, they are now being frowned upon.
It's because of the whole onslaught of the food industry advertisements, emotionally exploiting people. That's where the government has to spend almost equal amount of money if they really want to reach out to people to tell people the risks of high sugar products. If a food product is high sugar containing 10%, it should be banned for marketing.
A study published in PubMed has shown specifically that high sugar food and beverage advertising promotes the consumption of high sugar food items in children. The impact of it is obviously telling.
We do get children who need help in that, who are living on soft drinks or candy or whatever. It damages their teeth, of course, but long term, it has a major impact on their metabolic health. We know that childhood obesity is increasing in India. We know that diabetes in the young is increasing in India. We know that many young children nowadays, because of weight and others, are actually getting high blood pressure and cholesterol problems. And a lot of that can be linked to just increase in sugar intake.
From the miracle of 1983 to becoming the first-time host in 1987.
The More versus Miadad of 1992
to the Prasad versus Amir Sohail of 1996.
And then, of course, the high of 2011 with Mahendra Singh Dhoni finishing it off in style.
Finishes off in style. A magnificent strike into the crowd. India lift the World Cup after 28 years.
Relive India's journey at the Cricket World Cup from 1983 to the last edition in 2019 with me, Rajdeep Sardesai.
And me, Nikhil Nas. World Cup Rewind at these times on India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. GST Council levies 28% tax on online gaming, recommends casino horse racing to be taxed at the uniform rate of 28% on full value. Industry reacts sharply, calls it a killer blow which could wipe out the e-gaming industry. Online gaming stocks plunge in today's trade. Owning a large utility vehicle, an SUV or an MPV could get expensive as GST Council has raised the cess on utility vehicles from 20 to 22%. GST Council has, however, reduced the tax on food and beverages sold at multiplexes, which will now attract a GST of 5% instead of 18%. A sharp fall in the last hour dragged Nifty below 19,400. Sensex Nifty settled lower after 3 days of rally. IT shares were top laggards ahead of Q1 earnings. The country's largest software exporter, TCS, reported a 16.83% jump in its June quarter. Net profit at 11,074 crores, however, records slowest June quarter growth in a decade, excluding the COVID period. HCL Tech's Q1 profit dips over 11%, pays 10 rupee dividend per share. India's retail inflation surged to 4.81% in June after hitting a 25-month low of 4.25% in May. India's industrial production growth rose to 5.2% in May, up from 4.2% in April. In what could provide a relief to consumers from sky-high tomato prices, the Department of Consumer Affairs has directed to procure of tomatoes from Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Maharashtra for distribution in Delhi NCR at discounted prices. A day after the GST Council bowled a tax googly at India's online gaming industry, the move has led to fears that this will be a killer blow for the sector. Here's why online gaming, an industry estimated to be about 25,000 crore rupees, has been sent back to the pavilion by an umpire in a repeat of how the crypto sector was taxed into oblivion 2 years ago. Listen in to what the Finance Minister has said on the decisions taken.
Online gaming, horse racing and casinos will be taxed. They will be taxed at 28%, each one, and they will be taxed on full face value. The discussion also looked at what is skill-based and what is chance-based. Whatever be the decision on each of the game being either skill or chance-based, or being both or being neither, is not what we are looking at. We are purely looking at that which is being taxed because it creates value, profit is being made, or a wager is being levied. Based on the wager, people earn windfall, which is what is betting all about. So that's what we've been talking about, and therefore today's decision looks at that aspect of what is to be taxed at what rate.
The online gaming industry had been waiting for the final decision of the GST Council with bated breath. And on Tuesday, the centre state body of the finance ministers dealt the sector a killer blow. Not only was the rate of GST increased to 28%, the tax will now be levied on the full value, the entire bet amount in the game. Moreover, the GST Council has removed the distinction between game of skill and game of chance. The enhanced levy comes on top of the 30% tax deducted at source that is already applicable to the sector. In effect, the sector will now be taxed at over 50%. Experts see this as a massive setback for the industry. The government disagrees. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the decision to levy maximum tax on online gaming in casinos was not intended to kill the industry, but was considering the moral question that it cannot be taxed at par with essential commodities. Explaining the rationale, Sitharaman said it was impractical to meet the industry demand for levy of tax on platform fee.
So it is impossible to pierce that veil of veil which brings opacity on how actually it is operated, and then say, no, I know what happens inside, therefore I'll only go by that. I'll go following every fellow, every tourist, and say, are you playing at this table? Are you paying at that table? How much pay you pay? Impossible to execute. So the discussion went thoroughly.
The reactions are coming in fast and furious. A day after the announcement, Ashnil Grover, the ousted co-founder of Bharat Pay and former Shark Tank India judge, tweeted, "India is super fun, super ironic. Uncles sipping on their drinks, smoke in hand, bragging about how they made their fortunes in land speculation by putting their cash to good use, planning their next casino trip to Macau and passing judgment on online gaming and how it's spoiling the youth. Would love to see government introduce 28% GST and 20% TCS on land purchases." Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Stocks of listed companies in online gaming saw a sharp knee-jerk reaction in today's trade. BTTV's managing editor Siddharth Zarabi spoke to Nitish Mittal Sen, Joint MD Nazara Tech, and Roland Lander, CEO All India Gaming Federation, to find out what could be the ramifications on the entire industry if the GST levy is implemented.
There is a moral question involved in this. Online gaming cannot be treated at the same level as essential commodities when it comes to taxation. Your first thoughts on this?
Yeah, thanks, Siddharth. So, I just wanted to lay the facts here so that you and your viewers can get a sense of, the impact. The thing is that from the moment, so we have to look at the ecosystem, which is made up of the game developers, the gaming platforms, and then the gamers themselves, the consumers, right? So if you look at the impact on the gaming companies or the platforms, then moving from the methodology of valuation from GGR to the face value, as has been highlighted in the press con yesterday, that is going to be a 1100% impact. Coming to the gamer, for him or her, the participation in a game is going to get more expensive by 300%, or 3 times more expensive. And for the gaming platform, coming back to the platforms, the revenue, the valuation methodology of face value will get more, the percentage of tax, indirect tax, will be more than the revenue of the platform. And so that would be the impact. I just wanted to give you a sense of the impact across the gamer and the gaming platform community.
Okay, from your answers, it clearly means that the sector has been dealt a death blow. Do you see it even surviving with the kind of numbers that you have just shared with us?
No, I do not know of any precedent of any other industry or sector that could buffer in or factor in such a impact, such a high impact. Moving from gross gaming revenue methodology, and the rate from 18% to 28% is fine, which is about 50 odd percent. can be factored into, but 1100% I think is I do not know. I mean, if you are aware of any precedent for any other industry also, there does not seem to be any. So that I think, but at the same time, we are hopeful. Now, what will happen is inadvertently, the gamer would veer towards. That is not the intent, but inadvertently they will veer towards platforms that do not pay GST taxation.
Tell us your first thoughts about this decision to levy a 28% GST and that too on the entire full value or the bet amount or entry value as it is called for online gaming. Nitish.
Yeah, sure. So this particular decision of the GST is in relation to the real money skill-based gaming, which has become very popular in our country and is the largest revenue driver in online gaming in India. And I think in this, this significant increase in tax or GST has some impact, or I would say significant impact on the business viability of this particular model. In my own company, Nazara, we have limited exposure of only 5% to this particular segment. So there's a minimal impact to us. But if you were to ask me from a skill-based real money gaming industry per se, there would be a much larger impact.
Okay. Let's break it down for our viewers to understand. First, earlier the taxation was at 18% on the platform fee. Now it is 28%, but on the entire bid amount. Also, the distinction between games of chance and games of skills has been done away with. Can you help sort of give us an example of, using, let's say, 100 rupees as the full value and explain what was earlier and what is going to happen now?
Sure. So in the first case, when a consumer or a player would put in 100 rupees in a game, the platform would earn a 10% commission on it. So they would earn 10 rupees and a 18% GST would be paid on top of that. So let's say approximately 1.8 rupees. Now, in the new regime, on 100 rupees, you would have a GST charge of 28 rupees. So really speaking, the 1.8 becomes 28, which as you can see is really a significant jump in the taxation. And what this is going to do is, the amount of winning that the consumer could win back would significantly decrease. And therefore, the incentive to play or participate in such games may reduce. We, of course, will see what happens once it is implemented, but that is what the expectation is.
Along with online gaming, the GST Council made the decision to include all utility vehicles in the 22% cess category, which marks a 2% increase and eliminates the previous varying rate of compensation cess. As a result of the elimination, sport utility vehicles and multipurpose vehicles will now be subject to the new tax bracket. Business Today TV's Chetan Bhutani spoke with Maruti Suzuki's Shashank Srivastava on the impact of the cess and whether this decision could lead to higher prices.
Please clarify the news on the tax incidence on MUVs, which has been increased from 20% to 22%. Has the definition only been changed, or will the consumers have to eventually pay out a 2% extra?
First of all, let me give a caveat first before I explain in detail. The notification hasn't come yet, so we have to see the details of the notification to have a definitive view. However, based on the reports which we have got from the GST Council committee, it seems that there will be some more UVs, the utility vehicles, which will see an increase of 2% of cess. So for your viewers, for clarification, let me say that for clarity and also simplicity, there is a base GST rate of 28%, and over and above there is a cess. The cess is either 20 or it is 22%. So the question which is coming since yesterday is, which vehicles will attract 22% and which will attract 20%? So far, the vehicles which were attracting 22% were to meet 4 conditions. One, they should, as the provisions were, one, they should generally be known as SUV. Second, the length should be more than 4 meter. Third, the engine size should be more than 1.5 liter. And fourth, the ground clearance should be more than 170 mm. These were the four conditions. Now, this led to a lot of confusion because what is meant by generally known as SUV was not clear. And as a result, yesterday, the GST Council removed this condition. In other words, even vehicles which are generally not known as SUVs would also come under this category of cess, extra cess, which is 22%. And that means some of the MPVs, which were earlier not being seen as coming under 22% cess, will come under it. That's one part. The other conditions remain the same, which is 4 meter, 1.5 more than 1.5 liter engine, and a 170 millimeter ground clearance. As far as Maruti Suzuki is concerned, there seems to be no impact because the first condition itself, there is in Maruti Suzuki portfolio, there is no vehicle more than 1.5 liter in engine size. So that all conditions are therefore become irrelevant, except that last week we introduced the Invicto, which has a 2 liter engine. But then that is a hybrid vehicle. We have a hybrid version alone, and hybrid vehicles do not attract this higher duty. So Maruti Suzuki vehicles will not be affected. Of course, as I said, we need to study the notification in detail, but this is what it affects.
Ertiga XL6, your prime MPVs have no impact, and the Invicto just being launched will also not be impacted. And what about Grand Vitara, sir? Also the same with the
same. Because the engine size is less than 1.5, so it doesn't attract.
All right, sir. So otherwise, for the overall perspective, sir, for the companies who are actually your rivals, I'll speak to them on a differential basis, yes, but these SUVs also will will eventually see a hike of 2%?
Yes, so some of them are already in that bracket of 22%. However, as I said, there are some SUVs and MPVs. Now, of course, MPVs have now come into the ambit of this extra cess. They were earlier not there. But even under SUVs, where the ground clearance was more than 170 mm in unladen condition, they were already paying that higher duty.
We take a break. Coming up next, retail inflation snaps its falling streak, rises to 4.81% in June.
Do you see consolidation of the electric vehicle industry? Because there are nearly about 350 plus companies in the EV space manufacturing or vendor supplying. So do you see a consolidation of only good amount of players who are manufacturing good products stay in the market, and of course the companies who are actually not, who are relying on the FAME subsidy are weeded out?
I think you're already seeing that people who have not focused on innovation and have not focused on technology and engineering, you're already seeing a lot of them folding up. In fact, a lot of smaller players who were just doing assembly of products right here in India and were not following the norms obviously do not exist anymore. So I would not say that consolidation or not, I don't know. But all I know is that people who can focus on engineering and innovation will be able to survive because that allows them to build products at a cost which consumers can afford. Otherwise, if you are dependent upon the government subsidies, then there is no way out in terms of the cost that you will be able to offer to the consumers. And whoever is able to do that will obviously survive. We had this focus and we started this journey 1.5, 2 years back, even before any one of us were thinking about FAME subsidies. We were prepared for it, and we are going to be prepared for it in the future also. In fact, just this month when we launch S1 Air, which is our most anticipated product, which we believe is going to truly change the nature of the industry and increase the penetration of EVs multifold, I think is going to be a game-changing and disruptive moment at the price that we are launching it, and the kind of product that we are launching is all been possible because of our continuous engineering efforts through the last 1.5 to 2 years. So I think whoever continues to do so, consumers are out there to buy EVs, and in fact, after this month, you will see in July, August, and the quarter next, the curve of EV adoption is going to be exponential and primarily led by us because of the products that we are going to launch this month, and of course on our annual launch day on August 15th.
Welcome back. India's consumer price index CPI inflation rises for the first time in 5 months to 4.81% in June on the back of a jump in vegetable prices. Also, the rise in inflation is higher than the street's expectations. India's industrial production, however, picked up 5.2% in May against 19.7% a year ago. Markets remained volatile for yet another session and ended lower. The Sensex was down 223 points at 65,393 and the Nifty was down 0.3% to close just below 19,400. Broader markets continue to outperform. The Nifty Bank fell sharply from the day's highs to end 100 points lower, and Delta Corp crashed 23% post GST hike announcement on casinos, eroding over 1,500 crore in market cap. Top Nifty gainers today: ONGC, Eicher Motors, Nestle, Kotak Mahindra Bank, SBI Life. Laggards in the session: Adani Enterprise, Tata Motors, Ultratech Cement, Infosys and Adani Ports. Kickstarting earnings season for the April to June quarter, TCS, the largest IT firm in terms of sales, reported a 16.8% year-on-year rise in net profit at 11,074 crore rupees for Q1, largely in line with analyst estimates. Revenue for the quarter came in at 59,381 crore rupees, up 12.5%. Revenue growth in constant currency terms grew 7% year-on-year. The IT giant has also declared an interim dividend of 9 rupees per share and gone ahead with a salary hike to take 200 bips hit on its operating margin. Listen in to what the management had to say going forward.
Moving on to segmental commentary. UK bucked the trend of global demand softness and grew by 16.1%. North America and Europe grew by 4.6% and 3.4%. Our growth markets like India, LATAM and Middle East and Africa all had a strong double-digit growth. Among the verticals, life sciences and healthcare, manufacturing and regional markets and platforms had a strong growth. Life sciences and healthcare grew by 10.1% and manufacturing by 9.4%. Regional markets and platform grew by 16.9%. Among other verticals, BFSI grew by 3%, retail and CPG grew by 5.3%, technology and services grew by 4.4%, and communications and media by 0.5%. Our deal wins continue to be very strong, supporting our belief that investments in technology will remain strong over a long period of time. Our order book closed at 10.2 billion this quarter, marginally higher than last quarter, and almost 24% higher than same period last year. We had deal closures worth 5.2 billion in North America, 3 billion in BFSI, both North America and BFSI being 15% higher than Q1 of last year, and 1.2 billion in retail and CPG. Our attrition continues to improve. On a LTM basis, our IT attrition has reduced to 17.8% from 20.1% in Q4.
We are going to basically pay 100% of variable pay for 70% of the people, our people, and the rest 30% will get paid based on the business unit performance. Regarding your question on onboarding delay, you know for many years we always honor all the offers, and that would continue. There are certain delays based because of the environment we are in, because of the project delays. Preeti just talked about release 1, release 2, and how things are not getting progressed. As a result of that, the onboarding of those associates also gets delayed. So in certain cases, that is getting delayed, yes. But that is purely based on the project situation. But I commit to today that we are going to honor all the offers.
HCL Tech also reported Q1 earnings, where it recorded a net profit of 3,534 crore rupees, Repeat revenue at 26,296 crore. Earnings before interest and tax margin came in below expectations at 16.9%. However, the company declared a dividend of 10 rupees a share.
In terms of an operating parameters, our EBIT came in at 17%. This is at the same level as our Q1 last year, which was also at 17%. On a sequential basis, it has declined from 18.1% to 17% this quarter. In terms of bookings, as you're all aware, our bookings for the previous 7 quarters have been in the range of 2 billion and above. This quarter, our booking was at $1.6 billion. It's been a little softer. However, I'm very happy to report that our pipeline continues to grow. Last quarter, we did report that our pipeline has grown significantly. It has further grown in a strong way, even in this quarter. And we are very optimistic about the pipeline conversion and its revenue translation. That will help us meet the full year guidance which we have given. Our headcount also declined last quarter by about 2,500 people, primarily due to the fact that we've consciously not backfilled some of our attrition. Double-clicking on our quarterly performance by service line, our IT and business services had a good momentum on the new deals signed. A lot of new deals signed, ramped up quite smartly, but most of the gains were offset with the reduction in discretionary spend in a couple of verticals. This has resulted in our ITBS segment being flat in constant currency terms.
That's where we leave it on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I am Aishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Paris gears up for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's big visit. Mega defense deals on the cards. Indian tri-service contingent readies to march during the Ballistic Day parade. The Bharatiya Janata Party deploys a fact-finding team in the state of West Bengal amid the Panchayat poll violence. The team now targets Bengal Chief Minister over the deaths. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee claims this is a conspiracy and blames the BJP for engineering the violence. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai leads the protest over the JNC's murder. He claims there is a flailing law and order situation under Siddaramaiah government in the state of Karnataka. The BJP is now demanding a CBI probe in the monk's death. CEO and MD of a Bengaluru startup firm hacked to death. Double murder accused, also known as Joker Felix, has been arrested. Employees killed over professional rivalry. Now, Paris is lit up with the Ballistic Day preparations. Indian tri-service contingent has been practicing across the Champs-Élysées. Indian and French Rafales have been flying over the Arc de Triomphe. Prime Minister will land in Paris at about 4 p.m. India time tomorrow. Gaurav Sawant is on the ground capturing all the action. Watch this exclusive ground report.
The streets of Paris are abuzz with excitement in anticipation for Prime Minister Modi's visit to France. Preparations are underway for the upcoming Bastille Day parade in Paris. And India Today has been given exclusive access to these historic preparations.
This is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the French President Emmanuel Macron will be watching the parade. Let me show you those images of the Indian contingent. That is the Indian Navy contingent. Up ahead is the Indian Army Rajputana Rifles marching band, and right in the beginning of the parade, that is the Punjab Regiment.
On the upcoming landmark day for India-France relations, the French military will be joined by the Indian military as they march together.
More than 6,000.
6,000?
Yeah, 6,000 French personnel in total, including the your contingent with us. A very good experience. I did not know much about the Indian contingent before they came to France a week ago. And since that, I can tell we have very good relationships.
We have a tri-services contingent from the Army, Navy and the Air Force, and the band from the Indian Army, which are currently here to participate in the Bastille Day parade. Now, alongside this, we also have two more representations, and that is, one is INS Chennai, which is coming to Brest tomorrow, and shall also be participating in the Bastille Day parade at Brest. So we also have the representation there.
France and India have expressed both pride and excitement for the upcoming events and ongoing cooperation efforts.
It's very honor for us because we were operating 6 months ago off the coast of Goa with Indian Navy and Indian Air Force, and today being together for the 25th anniversary of our strategic partnership is very an honor for us. It's very powerful. It's a lot of meaning for the future.
This is an international friendship that has stood the test of time. The importance of this 25-year-plus military history is not lost on Indian officers, especially to the Punjab regiment that has been sent with the army, who wear French honours from World War I to this day.
More than 900 soldiers from the Punjab regiment shed their blood on the soil of this very own territory that we are standing right now, and so it is a matter of huge pride for me, for my regiment and for the Indian Army to be able to have this amazing opportunity to march on Champs-Élysées on Bastille Day military parade.
The relationship spanning decades has translated to seamless defence ties today as well between India and France.
We've
have the old helicopters from the French, and we've taken the, like, so for suppose Alouette helicopter, we've taken the Alouette helicopter, and we've changed the engine to our own powerful engine, and then we've converted into something called Cheetal. And Cheetal is something that flies at the highest battlefield, and that is what is sustaining all the troops at the Siachen Glacier.
With Prime Minister Modi as the chief guest in the upcoming parade, India and France will honor their golden past and are looking at an even more prosperous future. With Gaurav Sawant in Paris, Bureau Report, India Today.
Continuous rains, flash floods and landslides have ravaged the state of Himachal Pradesh. Several tourists and locals are stranded in the hill amid massive damage to roads and also massive damage to infrastructure. India Today brings you the plight of all the citizens who are caught up in the flood-like situation. Watch this report.
After the deluge comes the challenge of providing relief. Hundreds stranded and suffering are now gearing up for an arduous journey to a safe space. With more than 1,200 roads out of service, the magnitude of the task ahead is evident.
So that's part of the hotel that has been completely swept away en route from Kullu to Manali. If you see right there, that is where the road had caved in, right there at the end. And from there on, if you can see everybody, a steady stream of those wanting to go back home or reach medical emergency situations as well. We did see one girl, a terrible stomachache, and there's no way because Manali, the whole infrastructure has apparently collapsed. They have to bring anyone who's sick to Kullu, and there's just no way of getting there because at this side is where the road has caved in. The administration says that side is, they've been able to open out a road, but that's witnessing traffic jams of over 11 hours straight up.
Wading through flooded waters, stung by a snake, and with a drip attached, a woman was spotted trying to make her way to a nearby hospital.
मतलब ये है कि पतलीकुल में पुल तक आ सकते हैं आप, वो ब्रिज बंद है, ब्रिज के बाद आप या तो आप चढ़ के आओ या तो फिर आप पार ही रहो। हाँ, लेफ्ट बैंक से रोड ब्लॉक है, फिर आ नहीं सकते उधर को भी।
A pregnant woman displaced by her unprecedented floods was forced to walk till the nearest hospital in order to receive medical care. Desperate father carries his sick daughter on his shoulder, waiting for hours through the floodwaters to reach the nearest hospital.
तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, तबीयत नहीं ठीक है, क्या हुआ?
Many villages washed away, many others cut off totally. People in need of medical care are struggling to get relief. A return to normal life is a long road ahead. With Preeti Choudhry in Manali, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, after 2 days of continuous rains, this has led to a lot of casualties and devastation. The northern state of Himachal Pradesh now faces the daunting task of restoring the roads, national highways and multiple infrastructure. All that has been washed away over the past many days because of the flash floods. Here's a detailed report on the trail of destruction that these flash floods have left behind.
The rain gods have relented. Himachal Pradesh gets a breather. After 3 days of heavy rains, the picture that emerges is of death, destruction and misery.
All I see the footprint of devastation here just along the Bias river. There you see the main road which connects Manali from the rest part of Himachal Pradesh is totally washed away. In fact, this is not one stretch. There are multiple such stretches, but this is being more than 200 to 300 and very critical, important stretch, strategically as well, is now washed away, has been disconnecting people from one end to another.
Thousands of tourists are stranded in tourist hotspots in the hill state. India Today spoke to travelers from Telangana who are awaiting help.
The worst affected in Manali are the tourists from all over the country. Now there you see this is the group of tourists who have come from Telangana. Now all their efforts just somehow spending 3 days. Now they are en route back to home. But the only issue is that lack of transportation, since heavy vehicles like bus or any cannot even pass through these areas. All they are somehow struggling to arrange smaller vehicles, cab. They could probably drop them to Chandigarh airport, nearest airport probably, and from where they can have a flight.
हमारे पास से बड़ा बस नहीं जाता है सर ये रोड
गाड़ी हायर नहीं
गाड़ी नहीं है हमारे पास बस है
बोलेंगे बड़ा गाड़ी नहीं चलेंगे.
Transport and movement of goods is badly affected, with many roads still out of service.
आज लग रहा है जी 3-4 दिन तो नेट नहीं रहा, ना रेंज आई, ना कुछ ना काम. आज लग रहा है, आज सुबह से चालू है.
इसी तरह की व्यवस्था मिली आप लोग को यहाँ पे अभी?
नहीं व्यवस्था तो कोई नहीं मिली अभी. हम तो प्रशासन से चाहते हैं, हमारे
पास राशन पानी था वही, बाकी किसी चीज के.
कितने दिन का स्टॉक बचा?
अभी 2-3 दिन का है बस.
2-3 दिन का और बचा?
हाँ बस.
Authorities have ramped up relief efforts. Rescue operations and road restoration work have also gained pace. Many affected people have taken shelter in temples.
कुछ लोग जो हैं, जो दूर दराज के रहने वाले हैं, जो स्थानीय हिमाचल के ही नागरिक हैं, अब उनकी ज़िंदगी कैसे कट रही है? उनकी ज़िंदगी इस तरह के टेम्पो में कट रही है. जो कुछ बचा हुआ सामान था ये उन्होंने उठा लिया है, हटा लिया है. ये देखिए प्रेशर कुकर में यहाँ खाना बन रहा है और जो भी है यही जीविका है, खुद भी यही खाना है और इसी जीविका के साथ उनको जीना है.
Power and water supplies are yet to be restored in some of the worst hit areas. Himachal Pradesh is picking up the pieces after suffering flash floods and landslides triggered by the worst rainfall in many years. The road to recovery will be long. With Preeti Choudhry in Kullu and Ashutosh Mishra in Manali, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, a month after the Delhi police filed its charge sheet against Wrestling Federation chief Brijbhushan Sharan Singh, the BJP MP still continues as the WFI chief. While the opposition is questioning why he is roaming free, Brijbhushan has hit back saying he has not been convicted yet. Take a look at this story.
Nearly a month after the Delhi police filed the charge sheet against Brijbhushan Singh, listing serious allegations and claiming corroborative proof, the BJP MP from Kasarganj remains the president of the Wrestling Federation of India. The charge sheet accessed by India Today makes grave accusations. The police say Brijbhushan is liable to be prosecuted for the offences of sexual harassment, molestation and stalking. 15 witnesses have corroborated the charges. The witnesses include 2 coaches. The charge sheet lists 15 separate incidents of harassment. The charge sheet includes photographs submitted by the athletes. Delhi Commission for Women Chief is questioning why Brijbhushan is roaming free.
सबसे पहले तो दिल्ली पुलिस ये बताए कि जब उन्हें पता था कि बृजभूषण ने लड़कियों के साथ यौन शोषण कराए तो उसको अरेस्ट क्यों नहीं करा गया. और दूसरी बात, मैं केंद्र सरकार से सवाल पूछना चाहती हूं क्योंकि बृजभूषण उनका ही एमपी है, उनका ही सांसद है. मैं ये जानना चाहती हूं कि कब तक बृजभूषण जैसे गुंडे को केंद्र सरकार संरक्षण देगी और बचाएगी. क्यों उसके खिलाफ अभी तक कोई भी कार्यवाही नहीं करी गई है. ये बहुत ज्यादा गलत है क्योंकि जिस आदमी की जगह जेल है अब वो संसद में बैठकर देश के कानून बनाएगा.
Hitting back at the opposition, Brijbhushan has accused the Congress of conspiring against him and his family, asserting that filing of a charge sheet does not make him a criminal. The WFI chief alleged that Congress doesn't have faith on courts. The BJP, which Brijbhushan represents in Parliament, claims the courts will decide his fate.
ब्रिजभूषण जी के मामले में कोर्ट ने संज्ञान लिया है और पुलिस ने भी अपनी चार्जशीट फाइल की है। उस चार्जशीट के अंतर्गत जो कोर्ट का फैसला होगा वो मानने होगा।
While the law will take its own course, the moral question remains unanswered. Why is Brijbhushan still in office? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party has launched an all-out attack against the Siddaramaiah government over the brutal murder of a Jain seer. Now, staging a mega dharna at the Vidhan Sauda, the BJP now is demanding a CBI probe into this case. The BJP is alleging that the Congress government in the state has failed to carry out an impartial and fair probe in this matter. Watch this story.
Showdown erupts over the brutal murder of Jain seer Kamakumara Nandi Maharaj in Karnataka. The BJP, which has been demanding a CBI probe in the case, staged a dharna outside the Vidhana Sauda on Wednesday.
The Jungle Raj started in Karnataka within 2 months of Congress rule. Fear of law is not there, the fear of police is not there, and all the anti-social elements have come out openly, and now they are reeing the entire society here, and there is a fear among the common man.
BJP MLAs marched to the Raj Bhavan and submitted a memorandum to the governor. The party claimed that Hindus were being targeted ever since the Congress government came to power in May. The Siddaramaiah government has defended the police and assured a fair and impartial probe.
BJP can claim anything that they want. The Jain community, the seers of the community have come out and said that we are satisfied with the progress of the investigation.
The police have arrested 2 people in connection to the murder. The investigators claim the killing was over a financial dispute. Meanwhile, shocking details have emerged on how the seer was murdered. According to the FIR, on the night of July 5th, main accused Chandrayaan, along with his friend Hassan Sab, allegedly tried to kill the seer by electrocution. When they failed in it, they allegedly strangled the monk to death with a towel. The duo then allegedly cut the seer's body into pieces and dumped the parts into a borewell. The accused also burned a diary belonging to the seer. The Jain community has held protest in various parts of the state condemning the act.
कर्नाटक के जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं, हम उनको आज ज्ञापन यहाँ जिलाधिकारी महोदय के माध्यम से देने आए हैं, तो उनको सख्त से सख्त सजा दी जाए और साथ ही जो ये केस है, जिसका जो ट्रायल है, फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में किया जाए.
With Sage Raj, Bureau Report, India Today.
It is time now for us to slip into a very quick break. More news coming up on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
How many more lives? How many more houses? How many more vehicles? How many more villages? Annual nightmare drowns the north. India Today reports from every spot.
There are small children who are living in these houses, and this is the national capital we are talking about.
Each and every household, that's what we can see.
The holy shrine that saved Mandi from a disaster.
We report, we demand, we fix accountability. Maximum reporters, maximum coverage. Monsoon mayhem.
Where do you think the markets are headed? We've seen a very, very sharp rally on a year-to-date basis on the Nifty, and as also on the Bank Nifty. Many other indices are at record highs. How do you see charts? What is your understanding of fundamentals about this rally?
Sure. So, Shelji, what I feel is that, markets, after consolidating for almost 1.5 years, that is in October 2021, when we peaked around 18,700. And after that, we have been consolidating for a for a while, for almost good 1.5 years time frame. Now, technically speaking, this kind of consolidation breakout after a decent 1 to 2 years kind of phase typically leads to a very strong up move at an index level. So a lot of people are worried. They think that obviously markets have moved up very sharp in a very short span of time. So whether it's a good time to enter at these levels, wait for a dip, or it's kind of a sell on rise market. According to me, it's more like a buy on dips market, because there are some structural changes which is happening in India. First, RBI, when it paused its interest rate, that is how, we created a bottom in our market. Since then, we have been seeing very strong capex commitment by center, almost 10 lakh crore kind of capex. And if I look this number, if you put together addition of almost last 10, 15, 20 years, I think the kind of capex we are witnessing in this particular year has crossed this number all put together, which clearly indicates that we are shifting typically from a consumption-led economy to a capex-led economy. And we firmly believe whenever there is a capex cycle which starts, it typically lasts for a longer time. And if you look at the capacity utilization for most of the industries, they have reached 73, 74% kind of levels. We have seen private balance sheets are improving, and that will eventually lead index to show further up move. According to my technical setup, till the time we don't see a breach below 18,500 on a sustainable basis, all kind of dips should be used as an opportunity to buy.
Watching India Today.
Now, the launch rehearsal of Chandrayaan 3, which lasted for almost 24 hours, has now concluded. Roughly a day and some hours are left till the actual launch takes place. While there's a lot of excitement, the excitement is actually at its peak. ISRO this time is preparing to make sure that they succeed and they overcome the landing disaster that happened with Chandrayaan 2. Watch this story.
Chandrayaan 3 is all set to be launched from Sriharikota at 2:35 p.m. on Friday, 14th of July. And with that, India will become the fourth country to join the Ivy League of Moon Explorers. Chandrayaan 3 is largely a replica of its predecessor, Chandrayaan 2. It was launched in July 2019 in the form of an orbiter and a lander Vikram bearing a rover Pragyan. Vikram entered into orbit around the moon, but the surface mission failed in September 2019. The lander Pragyan crashed instead of executing a slow descent. ISRO later identified a problem in the guidance software and an unexpected dispersion in the propulsion system during certain phases of the descent. This time, Chandrayaan 3 rocket will place the payload in an elliptical orbit around the Earth, where a propulsion module will take over and pilot the lander to a circular orbit around the moon. Finally, around 23rd and 24th August, the lander will detach and begin a series of maneuvers, culminating in a gradual landing over the surface of the moon.
Instead of success-based design in Chandrayaan 2, we are doing a failure-based design in Chandrayaan 3. What all can fail and how to protect it.
To ensure success chances, at this stage, ISRO has strengthened the lander's legs, lowered its minimum thrust, enhanced the availability of power, and upgraded the landing sequence. This will be India's second attempt to soft land a lander and rover on the lunar surface and demonstrate